still Germany or is it Holland's turn already?
No, we haven't asked questions yesterday, so Russia was the last one yesterday.
Germany starts.
Oh, then it's Germany.
Okay, thank you.
But anyway, Master will give a short introduction for level 18. So,
Sure.
hold your fire.
So now today we are beginning to learn the level 18. All the formula from the level 16 and 17 to practice to travel to space. In the level 18, there's no change in the technique to practice outer space. But the energy transfer technique, there are changes. That is very important for you because now you can use the light of God's aura to send into individual, to send to the family, or to send to the region that they have the low frequencies. Meaning, in the past, in your family, there are some ancestors who practice sorcery that you are not aware of it. 2 or 3 generations in the past, and then after they pass away, the descendants do not know, and that caused some problem from the invisible world. The soul that your ancestor had captured, and they cause a lot of problem, and it's very dangerous because you are not aware of their presence, how to do the ritual, or how you can offer to these souls that are being captured by your ancestors as they practice black magic. That's why it causes a lot of problem to you now. The problem in the family, or the problem in your business, the problem with your children or with your life. And beside that, you could not understand in your region where you live, in your house where you are, because of the fact that there are some burial grounds or some of the bones from the people who passed away are buried underneath. Unintentionally, if you build your house right on top of this burial ground, as you build your house right on these bodies, as these people who pass away and they do not have any descendant, and these souls are still around, they are not able to evolve. So in your region where you live, unintentionally you build a house right on top of this burial ground, or you stay in an apartment complex that was a cemetery in the past. Nobody would know about it. That is one of the influence that may cause some problem in your family. But you are not aware of this presence. That is our physical body, our family. We are less fortunate. We were influenced by this incident. Not just in any country, but it happened all over the world. So for that reason, when you learn the level 18, and you can apply starting on the 1st of July 2007, now you cannot do this. Now you only learn the theory, and the practice of outer space, there's no change. But the level technique, the technique of level 18 to transfer energy, you have to wait until July 1st in order to apply, meaning after 1 week after the end of this class. And you need to remember, if that person or that family has problem, kể từ thầy, con chưa nghe được thầy. The reason that I teach you and I remind you because of the problem with Germany, so now I want to repeat again. There's a number of families that your ancestors who practice black magic, that you are not aware of it, and they passed away. They left behind many of these trapped wandering souls that caused many problems to you, more or less. And there also
Jonas?
Yes, you're in now?
Now we are in.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. So we will ask the first question.
No,
Okay.
no. Let Master, he's going to do his introduction for level 18. So he will just repeat everything for you guys, as I understand.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Begin again.
So now let me start again. Today you are learning the level 18. In the level 18, in the technique of practice to travel out to space, there's no change in that practice of traveling out to space. Only the technique of transfer energy, it is very important because there is changes for those of you in level 18. For the past few days, you have learned the theory, but the practice, you are still applying the technique of level 17 until the 1st of July. Then you can officially apply the technique of level 18. Listen carefully. In this level 18, when you apply, there are some of the special points I want to emphasize. That is the case of your ancestors in the past who practiced black magic, that you are not aware of it. And the descendants, for sure, will be affected because of the practice of black magic, due to many of the wandering souls they trapped in the past. That caused some effect to you. And beside that, sometimes you are not fortunate as you live in an area. There are many of these wandering souls that these sorcerers in the past left behind. So that caused some problem in your home, your family, more or less. Therefore, the deities had taught me so I can guide you. In this level 18, you have the condition to help all the wandering souls that were trapped for many decades or many centuries, so they are able to return to the deities, meaning whether that person is sick or that family has problems or the region where you are have problems, or the case of sickness or problems, as I had mentioned to you, either for an individual or a region, each day you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the house, to the place where you live, or to the individual that are being possessed. You receive 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the chakra 7 of that person, and you have to do that 9 times. And you have to do that for 10 consecutive days to that one person or to that house. If there are wandering souls either possessing that body or in that region or in the house, let's say in your own home, in that 10 days, this wandering soul, through your energy transfer, they will evolve and return back to the deities. Then that person or your home will be at peace. That is the case that you are not aware of it. Now, let's say you know, meaning you are in level 6. When you were in level 6, you had prayed so that your ancestors, the soul of your ancestor can return to the deities. But there are a number of the soul of the ancestor who do not want to go because they love their descendant. They want to stay behind to help the descendant, or sometimes possessing the body of the descendant. And they did not want to leave. And this also happened a lot all over the world. For that reason, I have a special formula. In the case of the soul of the ancestors, that you have seen them a lot through the dreams, then you have to rethink carefully to see whether you want to help the soul of your ancestors, whether you want them to be close to you or you want them to return back to the deities. If you want them to return back to the deities, then I show you the technique. Everywhere that they have the altar to worship the ancestors, then you receive the light of God's aura, send 3 seconds to the house where they have the altar of this ancestor, and you do that 9 times, and you transfer energy for 10 consecutive days. Then the soul of the ancestor will return to the deities to learn and evolve. But if you want them to stay around with you, then you don't have to pray. Then they will stay around with you. That is your freedom of choice, and you can make that decision. My duty is to teach you so you can help the soul of your ancestor to evolve and to return back to the deities. If you wish for them to stay around, then you can keep them, and there's no problem. It is your freedom of choice. My mission is to guide and teach you in general about the technique. That is some of the point that is very important. Furthermore, Many of you who had asked the question, especially for those of you who are physicians who work in a hospital, each day when you are working, when you go into your workplace, meaning the hospital, as you are working in the hospital, each day you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the hospital 9 times. Each day when you go to work, you transfer energy like that. Why? So if at that moment, on that day, unfortunately, somebody in there, either the elders or an infant who died, you don't have to pray. The soul of that person on that day, after the body died, the soul will immediately go to the light. That is one of the points that you will have the infinite blessing as you are working in the hospital, but with this energy the deity has given to you, so you are able to help those souls who are linked to you by faith so they can evolve faster, so they have more chance to return back to the deities. These are the questions that you had asked, and particularly about the case of the soul of those who practice black magic or your ancestors, so they can leave this region to return back to the deities. Furthermore, there are some important points I want to share with you. Each day in level 18, you can merge to have one person. Before you merge, I advise for you, you need to practice. To practice so your body can travel out to space, whether you can travel out to space or not. After you practice, then you pray to the soul of Master Dang to merge with your soul 3 times into your chakra 6. Then you can merge to that one person. One day you can merge one person that you prepare ahead of time, particularly those who are severely sick, or they have a drug addiction or the severe health problem. Then you merge into that person. You just think of that person's chakra 6 for 30 seconds. But in fact, you are only needing 1 second to merge. As you know that, you are able to help. So the soul of the person will evolve to help the body to recover. In a way, you are treating at the root by the way you are helping the soul of that person, so the soul can help the body to recover. This is very important. However, with the experience I want to share with you, you mentioned that in your home you have 3 persons. Then how can you help? So each day you have 1 person. On the first day, you merge to person A. On the second day, you merge to person B. On the third day, you merge to person C. And then you continue on and rotate again back to person A, B, and C. Each day you can merge 1 person. So that you're used to practice to merge 1 person. When you go to level 19, I'll let you merge each day 3 persons. That is how I want to give you my opinion to share with you. And for those who cause problem to you in many ways, especially your spouse or your parents or your children, for example, they are not sick. You can just practice the organs of these people who cause problem to you. Then after you practice, you pray to the Soul Master Dang to merge with you 3 times, and then you merge to those who cause most problem to you. Then later on, that person will learn higher than you. That is how you can help that person, to help those who do not want to follow the same path with you. You are helping them so they can follow the same path with you in order to serve mankind and serve other people. This is something you can do. Besides that, there are other questions that relate to the technique of level 16 and 17. Let's say you are working in a company, as you are working with a business agreement, with the business proposals, with the programs, as you are presenting to those who are deciding. So in a meeting, you don't have to practice, because when you are in a meeting, let's say someone who are the leader who make the decision, then you just pray the Soul Master Dang to merge with you 3 times into your chakra 6. Then from your chakra 6, you merge to those the most authority person in the meeting for 30 seconds. Then all of your program, all of your proposal, he will agree. Because at that time, it is not your body or your soul. That is the Soul Master Dang to help your soul. And your soul can help your body. As you present out the ideas, the opinions, the project, the programs, then that person would agree, because it is for the benefit of the whole, not just for your own personal interest. then you will succeed. These are the very important issues for the level 18. In terms of the technique of agriculture, healing, all of those are secondary. These are the most important part. That is to learn to merge. You need to start to practice now so that you are able to achieve in the future. You would be able to merge collectively. Only in that manner you are able to help to establish social order, to bring the benefit to other people. That from the East we often mention about the time of paradise on earth, the Long Hoa meeting on earth. That means all the people on earth will have happiness, freedom. That is how I share with you the very important points that is in the document of the level 18. And the level 18 did not mention about the case of your ancestors who practiced black magic in the past, or your ancestors who do not want to leave to go back to the deities. So all of these difficulties that you face, as I explained to you first, so that you have the chance you ask, so I can clarify for you through my answers. Furthermore, there are other techniques in healing or agriculture, or the techniques for the level 18. If you need to clarify or explanation, so I can share with you my experience. As you go back home, you are able to apply the technique of level 18 to be more effective. I also want to emphasize that in this level 18, you need to remember each day you can practice as many times as you wish. You can only treat one time, and you can only merge to one person in a day. If unintentionally or intentionally you try to merge more people in a day, then the most difficulty for you is you would totally lose your energy. You cannot practice, you cannot do anything, you cannot merge. You would not be able to treat anyone. That way you only need to call me to help you. And I don't want you to violate this point. I want to teach you to walk slowly so you can walk firm. You can do it rightly with the right technique. Only in that way you would be able to meet the demands to help yourself at the present time, to help your family and people in the future, as well as the communities in the world. That is how I share with you in general in the class. So now I'll let you ask questions. Yesterday, now we continue on. Now with Germany, you can start with a question.
Okay, can you hear us well?
Yes.
Okay, so we will ask the first question.
Good morning, Master Dank. Good morning, other colleagues from around the world. Do we hear each other? At this moment in Europe, it's a very important meeting in Brussels. It's about the future of Europe, future development of our continent. They are trying to achieve one solution and to find out solution for one constitution of unified Europe. How it will be finished and how can universal energy help to the leaders of European Union to achieve these positive results? The second question, how can other conflict in the world be resolved by help of human universal energy? And the third question, you already gave some answers. Through the negotiation, how can we achieve a win-win situation? Thank you very much.
Now, through your questions, if you want the law or the constitution for Europe, as they have the meeting in Europe, as you are in the level 18, remember, each day you transfer energy individually. As a level 18, you receive a light of God around 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that place with the meeting. 9 times you send energy throughout the whole time when they have the conference. So they would come out with a constitution. As you transfer energy like that, they would go through many changes until when it is all unified. Then the constitution as well as the laws in Europe will be stabilized starting from now after the class. Starting from the 1st of July, I do not know when they have the meeting, but starting from the 1st of July, if in that location there are those of you who are already the level 18 or the level 19 students, all of you, the level 18 and level 19 students, if you are here auditing in this location here for the class, so starting tonight, those of you, the former level 18 and level 19 student, you can receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that place where they have the meeting. And then they will come up with a positive constitution for the whole Europe. This is something you can do. This is how you can do it collectively. But if during that meeting, as you are the higher levels, level 20, then you can merge collectively, then everything would be more positive. But right now, as I have mentioned to you, with your own ability in your level, you apply according to your level. In that way, you are able to be more successful, even though it is less. But with a more number of you, then the result will be more positive through your work because you are doing it for the sake of the whole of Europe. Now, as you see, it is very special that during the Iraqi war, in Australia, in England, and in America, in these 3 countries together to fight the war in Iraq, the situation seemed to be very critical. Many of the countries in the world, they were worried that it might start the nuclear, biological, or chemical war that may affect the whole world. Everybody was preparing. The East, the West, all 5 continents, they were preparing for it. However, when I taught you the level 16, when I taught you the level 14 and 15 and higher, I had advised that with your ability, you receive the light of God's aura and send to all of this country, the country in the world, the leaders in the world. So supposedly the situation would get worse, but it was calmer in the recent years from the time the war started in Iraq. So through that, during that time, as many of you, the EV students, you are aware of this. First, those of you who were in the higher levels during that time of the crisis, you and me, all of us, we pray and we transfer energy to the countries around the world. We transfer energy to the leaders in the world. We transfer energy to the politicians, and everything has changed. Just like a number of you in Iran, the situation in Iran is also critical, just like Iraqi in the past. So the Iranian, they were worried about the case of a nuclear war or a chemical war or a biological war. But in the previous seminars, starting in or before the year 2007, I had advised to many of the students in Iran, as you learn, you use the ability that you have to transfer energy. I can help the whole world, but everywhere when you need, and I transfer energy there so that the case of war is decreased and less critical in terms of the start of the war, nuclear, biological, or chemical. And in recent months, in the nearest, the situation in Iran, as they worry about war, and the situation, they were able to find a way to solve through political means and without causing a problem that may spark a war, a nuclear or biological or chemical war. That's how I explained for you. This, I do not have the ability. You do not have the ability. This ability is from the deities to give us so that we are able to protect, to help mankind, so we have more people without destruction, without more casualty due to war. That is the point. The deities want to help the humans, so we have wisdom and enlightenment in order to serve others now and in the future. And now, let's say in your business transaction, I show you, let's say you think of yourself. Do not think just like the Buddha. The Buddha, in the past, he's always lied, but the way that he lied, he buy one and he sell 10. With the profit, he tried to help mankind. Nobody can do it like Buddha. So now you buy one and you sell 10 to keep it for your wealth, for your family, but you do not want to share like the Buddha. So I advise for you, let's say in any business transaction, you in the market, you are in the market. Let's say in the market, they sell $10. You listen to me. You only sell you only propose to sell only 8. Then you will succeed. It's not that you are dumb, but when you sell $8, and then when you have a bigger contract, then you would profit up to 15. As you listen to me, then you will have the result. All of the contract, whether they make profit only 10%, the small contract you have 10% profit, and then the bigger contract, then you can profit 30-40%. Do not try be greedy and gain the profit through the small contracts. Just as you know, if you listen to me, all the contracts, all the way you negotiate, you just pray for my soul to merge with you, to help you. You transfer energy to all of the program, all of your projects, just like a student from Holland. And then you go to Indonesia and you work, let's say, with your business proposals. Let's say the one who decide to approve your proposal, you can ask my soul to merge with you, and then you merge to that person. And then with this project right here, the documents, you transfer energy to the document, you give it to them, they will sign it. That is my opinion I share with you. And all of the new contracts, others may want to gain 30%, but you only want to gain 10%. Listen to me. Let's say the construction contract, they make a contract for 1 million, bid for 1 million, but you just bid 900,000. They try to do that to gain $300,000 profit, but you just have less profit, then you would succeed. And then slowly there is a link. Once you have the first contract, and then you will gain the second and third contract, then you will be richer. And that is how you can use your wisdom. I tell you, for the Chinese they always try to save, just like in a business. They buy for 10 and then they save, and then later on they sell for 30. That is the business scheme of the Chinese. They always store and save. But for the foreigners, at the end, when it is expired, they cannot sell. But I show you, it is not that you are fighting. Let's say in the market, they sell for 40, but you only sell 30 or 32, then you will be rich. That is, you only make a profit of 10%. And the more you can sell, then you would gain more profit. They may sell it higher price than you. They may gain 15-20%, but they can sell less than you, 5-10 times less than you. So that is how you can gain a profit. And additional that you are the owner. With all of your products, you transfer energy. So when you are selling all of your products, you transfer energy to them. Let's say your cups, you're producing cups. The quality may be less than others, but the quality is less. It doesn't look good, but when they sense the energy, they like your cup and they buy it. The other one may be more beautiful. They buy one, but with your product they might buy 4 because of the curiosity. Even though it might look less beautiful, but you sell it 10% cheaper, they would buy it. So in a way, you profit in both ways, physically and spiritually, because when you come to learn the level 16, you talk about material and to abandon the material. No, you need the material. With your profit that you gain, what do you do with it? You use it as a means to help others to find the truth so they can develop on a spiritual path. Then you pray for those who are linked to you by faith. You pray so you can help them. For those that you try to help and they are abusing it, then in the whole life they are not able to do anything. You help them so they can excel on a spiritual path, to develop on a spiritual path, and you help them. And if they try to do the wrong things, then for the whole life, the whole family, the whole children and grandchildren, they would not be able to do anything. I tell you the truth. You just help them because of your faith and destiny. With the money that you have, that is a money from blessing, as you give them as the means so they can develop. But they don't want to progress. It's their own fault, not yours. So you can continue to help people and help them until they die. Then you don't have to help them anymore. So don't worry about it. Do not feel sad. Just continue to help them. You help. If they have the ability, with their blessing, they can inherit. If they don't have the ability, then they would die. And once they die, you cannot help. But you can help them the last one, meaning that you give them a coffin and buy the burial ground for them. So I show you the good side and the bad side. So you're able to develop in your business. You will really have the material, and you give that as a means to help people to develop on a spiritual path. What for? So that these people can help other people. That is how I share with you from the question from the student in Germany. Now, next question.
Okay. Now the second question in Germany. Yes. So, das ist aber für mich, bitte. So, the second question in Germany. Hello, Master. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much that we have the possibility to join this beautiful level. So, the second question we have in Germany, the meeting of the European Constitution, this is today. So my question is, if we maybe during the seminar can all together do an energy transfer to the Constitution, and if the Master could please explain how everybody with the level that he has right now, let's say now the people finished level 17, use the right technique to transfer energy to the Constitution, where the meeting is today. Is it now already? It is today in Brussels, this meeting. And there were 27 leaders of the European community. So maybe we all together can do the energy transfer. And Germany is president this time, so maybe the Master can help us. And maybe the Master can also explain how people with the level 19 can use the right technique for this constitution. Thank you very much.
No, I do not know, but the Master is asking you, Ralph, how many days is the conference in Europe? How many days?
So it started yesterday, today is the second day, and it will be finished tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, if they agree. If everybody agrees, it might finish tomorrow. Is it clear, Wu?
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure.
So now, let me answer for you. Today, later on, at 7 over here, it would be 11 over there. Before 7, before the break, then you and me, we will meditate. You would practice. So instead of receive the light of God's aura and sending here and there, then you receive the light of God's aura and send to that place of the meeting, all of you in this level 17. You are here attending the level 18. For those of you who are auditor, the level 19, then you merge with me As you practice with me to travel out to space, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the meeting 9 times. For those of you, the level 17, you only transfer energy only 1 time. All of you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds, send 3 seconds 1 time. We do it today and then tomorrow. And also for me, it is different. I would try my best. I merge collectively to all the participants of the meeting. If my soul can see, then tomorrow at the end of the conference, if my soul cannot see, then they would continue on with another conference. Listen carefully. So you can feel safe that with that constitution, if tomorrow they agree, then it is the deities who help with a good constitution for the whole Europe. If that constitution still have some problem here and there, then tomorrow the deities will stop. They will have another meeting to decide. Because I do not know. As I do not know, but now as I am aware of it, it is not too late. So later on, before you take the break, 15 minutes before the break, you and me, at that time, it would be 11 over in your time, so we all meditate. As you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that place. For those of you, the level 19, during the time you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds 9 times to that place. That is for those of you, the level 19, when you are here auditing. For me, for the whole meditation period, I will merge collectively to the whole meeting to see how they can come up with a constitution, whether it is appropriate to help Europe or not. If they can, then they would end the meeting. If not, then they would stop. At that time, we will have many opportunities so that in the next meeting, so they will decide further about the constitution to have a better one. If this time they cannot come up with one. So that is my opinion I share with you. This is also a good suggestion to help you in Europe. Now, next question.
It's for Holland.
Yes, Doc.
Weet je. Master Dang, my name is Martin, and I thank you for the lessons that you are giving to us.
Als de mens edelstenen, edelmetalen en mineralen draagt,
people are wearing gems or precious metals,
kan hiervan een helende werking uitgaan.
This can create a healing effect on the people who carry them.
Dit geldt ook voor kleding en bepaalde
This is also
kleuren.
for clothing and specific colors.
Mensen worden bijvoorbeeld meer weerbaar en krijgen meer
People
energie.
will be more resistant or receive more energy from special colors and clothes.
Bij het dragen van de verkeerde metalen
When we carry the wrong metals or gems or colors,
kost het juist energie
this can decrease our energy,
of verzwakt het de mens.
or it will weaken the bearer.
Kunt u hier iets over
Can
vertellen?
you please explain more about this?
Dank u wel, meester.
Thank you, Master.
Dạ, kính thưa Thầy, người học viên ở bên Hòa Lan, trước nhất xin cảm ơn Thầy cho chúng con có cơ hội được học. Ông xin trình với Thầy một cái trường hợp một số những người ta có đeo những cái kim loại hoặc là đeo những cái nhẫn vàng ngọc chẳng hạn. Thì những cái đó cũng có thể gây những cái ảnh hưởng đến cái sức khỏe của cái người. Hoặc là có một số những người thì mặc quần áo hoặc là ngay cả đi xe cũng bị những cái ảnh hưởng của những cái môi trường xung quanh. Và những cái ảnh hưởng này khiến cho đôi khi người ta không có nhận được những cái năng lực vào trong cơ thể của mình. Hoặc là đôi khi những cái dụng cụ đó cũng có thể làm giảm bớt đi cái năng lượng, làm yếu đi cơ thể của mình. Thì xin Thầy có thể nào giúp cho chúng con hiểu thêm quan niệm này và làm cách nào để hóa giải được. Dạ xin hết thưa Thầy. For my understanding, there are a number of you use this fact for business scheme. As I mentioned to you, I proved to you, a number of you from the East, the Asian, they want to sell more expensive So they use this as advertising scheme. You mentioned that you are wearing this jade, and you don't have any accident. My God, you just wear that if a train hit you, then for sure you cannot live. If you're just lying right on the path of the train, whether you wear 100 of this jade, you would die. I myself, I'm sitting right here as I'm teaching. I'm telling you in practical, if the nuclear bomb drop right here, if you live, I don't know, but I myself, I die first. I'm very practical. I'm not so abstract. I share with you one of a real story, because it is pity for those who really believe in these people, especially because the Chinese with their business scheme. As you know, if you live in Switzerland, you see many of these crystal balls, that they make many of these crystal balls. As a company, you know how much they sell it for only 80 Swiss francs. And I brought that to Taiwan, meaning I just brought it over just for me to use, to decorate in my room just for fun. When I came to Taiwan, one of my students who sell many of these stone or gem, and that will include one of these crystal balls, just like the one I have. When I looked at it, and I saw that they both are the same, they said that he's asking where he come from, and he said that he bought it from Switzerland. I said, how much? And how much you are selling it? He did not tell how much he buy it for, but he sell it for 5,000. He said that when you buy this, you will be able to be more fortunate, more lucky, and also it has a feng shui effect. But I said, how much you buy it, and you sell so expensive? He didn't say how much he buy it. And I tell him, because he see that I'm a master, he said that over there sell it only for 100 Swiss francs. But I said I only buy it only for 80. How come you sell it for 5,000? But because of people's curiosity. And you say this is for feng shui. From the time he opened the shop until now, he only sell two of them. And there are people who buy it, and they think buying it for $5,000, not 5,000 the Taiwanese money. So you can see how much expensive for the jade. They sell for the fake one. They also sell for 3,000. So that is a business scheme. I tell you the truth. The real jade, it will really look green, and the fake one, they use the color and it looks green, and they supposedly sell it for a few bucks, but they sell it for 3,000. There are many business schemes. I tell you the truth. The gemstone, I tell you, they use many of the technique. Supposedly they will sell it for only 50 bucks, but they say that this is so valuable. This is have the feng shui, and you sell it for 2,000. And you bring it home and you don't see anything, and to buy it. So hopefully that your father would live, but you say that you buy it for $2,000. I don't see it in the feng shui, but you see that your father, he was so angry because you buy it so expensive and he died. And many people are deceived. And in my family also the same. I told them they don't listen. I'm the master. I told them they don't listen. They tell me to come there and then for others, the feng shui master, they only believe in those. So the one who nearest, they don't believe. And you know who they are? This feng shui master, either that my family listen to them, but they are all my students. I am their master, and my family do not listen to them. So that is the fact. They said they don't believe the gemstone. That's nothing. They said they placed the gemstone on the to heal. That is only a piece of stone. There's no energy. And in Australia, some of them they place many of the stone on the body, and then a few hour later, and it costs $60. So I advise for you, there's no energy that is equal to natural energy. Let's say whatever you wear, the jewelry, doesn't have any effect. And the rings, the jewelry, the clothing that you wear, first of all, in the winter, or the sweater, those are the ones that conduct electricity. Sometimes when you wear this, and then when you touch something, you might be electrocuted, because in fact, because of the static from your clothing. But it's not equal to the electricity in your home. For that reason, I advise for you, you place the antenna at home so that it can neutralize all of the negative energy from the TV, from the radio, from all of the electrical device, so that it can neutralize all of this energy that may cause some problem to your health. And in the case you mentioned about a gemstone and all of this that have some energy, that deplete your energy, I tell you, they have no effect. And all of the gemstone or the diamond, you say that they're so precious, but they mentioned that they sell you all these fake gemstones, even the real one, have no effect. All of them, they don't have any effect. It is just a human, they make them. And especially when they try to deceive these people who are rich and wealthy, the diamond for the poor people, it's just like a piece of stone, they throw it away. That is how I share with you. So all of the jewelry you put on your body, there's no effect, but there's one effect, a very big effect, that you would die. You know why? You know why? Let's say you wear a real diamond and real gold, you die. But if you wear a fake gold and fake a fake one, and then you are poor, you will wear all the fake one, and you see a robber can kill you. When you wear the jewelry that might be shiny, and they thought that it is a real one, and they come and then they harass you, and they may cut your throat. You're losing the fake jewelry, and then you also die. In Vietnam, I have seen many cases like that. I don't know about your country, but in Asia it happened a lot. So this is a danger. But in fact, in the case of energy, to protect us, always jewelry has no effect in terms of energy to us. That is how I share with you in the environment. To the question, as you ask about the metal or the gem, all of this inanimate object, they have no effect to our health. So you listen carefully on that. However, there are some other points I want to share with you. First of all, when you are wearing very tight clothing, or you don't let the nerve system inside your body to have blood circulation, it might cause some problem. Let's say you're wearing very tight clothing, then it will have some effect, more or less, to your body, especially with tight clothing. That will block the blood circulation. Then if you can see, like if you're used to it, let's say you wear the shoes. Let's say you wear the shoes 24 hours. You keep on wearing your shoes, and if it is so tight, then by the time you take out the shoes, your feet will have aches and pain. That is the example I want to share with you. So if you are wearing clothing that block the blood circulation, then for sure it would cause some problem to your health. That is how I share with you some of these points, very common points. And in terms of the subtle issue, there's no effect when you're wearing all of this jewelry. Next question.
Okay, next question from Holland. Hello, Master. I have a question about me personally. You have said that we come from high to low, our soul. That means that we have been already enlightened. We already have the knowledge in ourselves, in our true self.
En we zouden goed voor onszelf moeten zorgen.
And we should take care of ourselves very well. We should accept everything, and we should love ourselves.
Klinkt zo eenvoudig.
Everything sounds so easy and logical.
toch ben ik ziek geworden.
But nevertheless, I became ill. I'm recovering now from a thyroid operation.
Na de narcose heb ik het
after the anesthesia, I have a feeling that I do not know my body anymore. I feel a lot of emotions. I have fear. I am stressed. I cannot become relaxed anymore. My question is, how can I apply UE in a better way to take away the ego, to let go everything, to avoid stress, and to be able to take care in a better way for myself, to cure myself and to love myself again. And a second question, that is about the UE garlic water. When I make it, it becomes turbid after some time, so it is not clear anymore. Can you give any advice about this? Okay, thank you, Master.
Through these two questions, let me share with you. Now, as you know, when you have fear, worries, you have mental stress, that may lead to sickness. I show you a technique. When you are sick, we all will get sick because the nutrients that nurture our body, more or less the body will be affected with sickness. However, if you have the strong immune system, we can avoid the case of sickness. The important part is your brain. We don't have any worries, you don't have any fear, then it will solve greatly. Additionally, when you are in a level 18, you are able to merge to other. You can merge with the soul Master Dang. Then Master Dang will treat you at the root to help your soul to evolve. Then your body slowly you can recover. Therefore, each day try your best to practice, to pray for my soul to merge with your soul, to help your body to practice, to travel out to space. And with your own sickness, do not worry. Whether going through the surgery and then you will recover, and through your practice, as your body can transform into energy, for sure you can improve your immune strength, then you are able to recover from sickness. So don't worry about it. I have taught you that I lead you from life to death, and then from death back to life. And in your life, through the journey, as you learn, you are going through so many changes in your soul. Supposedly your body would die one time and the soul would live only one time. But for many different levels that you have gone through, you have gone through many changes of the soul until now the level 17, level 18. By the end of level 18, you would see a change of the level 18 soul. That is a higher soul to help you with wisdom. And your body will have more opportunity to help people. I want to remind you, this wisdom, it is not intelligent. This wisdom is you are able to help people. You can help them in a brilliant way. It is not in the darkness. That most of the people in the world will always help people in the darkness, not in the light. All of the religion in the world, as they teach you to help you so that you have wisdom, so you are able to determine, you are able to help all of the religion in the world. With everything that the religious leader teach you, that is so high, but you don't listen. You demand and you request the deities to listen to us. That is the greatest error of the humankind for the past many thousands of years. I don't know why. You believe in God, you believe in the deities, you believe in the religious leaders, but when you pray to God, to the deities, you demand them to listen to you, but you do not listen to them. And your religious leaders teach you, you don't even listen. Then you would have problem. God teach you the truth, you don't listen. You only listen to the fake one. And it's you yourself, you make the illusion and you fear. That is so strange. The human, you make all of these illusions, and then it is you who fear them, and you don't want to see the truth. Therefore, if you go into UE, it doesn't mean I tell you to abandon all the materials. It doesn't mean I tell you to leave your husband, your wife, your parents, your siblings, but you love them. Now, whether you love them really or not, all of you, I know that you love them in a fake way. You do not love any of them, because I know. I want to remind you, you love the husband and you love your wife, your children, and your parents are different. In Vietnam, there is a saying. It is so simple. In my country, it is underdeveloped country, and not comparing to many of the Western country, but they have one saying. You love your children, you punish them, to discipline them. It doesn't mean that you love them and you place them on your head to worship them. Most of the people, we love them and we place them on their head, and then you worship them, and you love the children so much that you yield to them. So how can they be disciplined? They go to school, you should teach them to have wisdom, to have enlightenment. You teach them so that they can have social order. But when you go out and you do it differently, so in the school, you teach them, discipline them, you teach them about morality. You have to listen to the ancestors. They listen, yes, yes, teacher. Everything that the teacher taught them, and they listen. But when they go home, and then you push them, or put them on the head, worshiping them. So everything that they learn in school is totally going opposite. They learn in school for 4 hours, but for 24 hours they live with you. That is how it is for all of the Oriental. I don't know about the Western. The European, let's say you hire them for $5 for an hour, and after then you're done. And if you get the grass, then you pay them $20 for an hour. And as you're working, and then you go here, and then you give them $3 for gas. The manager of a big company and the son driving together with you each day, then you ask for $3 of gas, because the money that you pay for your son, and then as he driving that together with you, and your son had to pay. And for the Asian, it's not. We always place the children and yield to them. So the two are different. The East and the West, we have a different philosophy. So now how do you understand and help? I just give you a general guideline. When you love, meaning you need to help them. Do not harm them. Do not abuse. You love your children, you need to discipline them. You know, so they know how to respect the elders and know the tradition, culture. That has been ingrained in many thousands of years, so you have to remember that, because you keep on suffering and you keep on blaming God for suffering. It is you who causes suffering. Are you still listening? Are you still connected? So I remind you, in the case of wisdom and enlightenment, so you don't have fear. When you are sick, you need to remember, when you are sick, when you go through the surgery, Master Liming Dang right here also gets sick just like you. I just eat the food and nutrients, then you get sick and I get sick. But I'm more fortunate that I have the immune strength. I can fight against the virus. And I have many injuries in my body before I learned. In the past until now, I tell you the truth, I do not take that much medicine. That is, I'm fortunate that I have the immune strength, that the deities have loved me. However, I want to share with you all of the disease. Do not worry about the case of a sickness, but you need to worry about how you continue to practice to help your soul to evolve higher. As your soul can reach a higher state of enlightenment, that it can help your body with health. That is my opinion I share with you. If you have less sickness, but you have a lot of worries, then it will get worse. For that reason, a number of the students, you just have a minor problem, and then with all of your worries, and the condition get worse, even though when you are level 17, 18, 19, you are not able to heal yourself. You learn a lot, but you don't do much. That is the reason I want to share with you. So now in the case of the Iwi garlic water, I advise for you, especially in Europe, due to the heat and the hot temperature in general. When you make the UV garlic water, you need to put it in a cool place. And recently, a number of you, the students who had requested me, I agreed. After you mix the UV garlic water, you can put it in the refrigerator after 72 hours. Then you can take out the garlic and then you use the water to drink. So you can get the garlic anywhere, like in Australia right here. The Italian or the Russian garlic, that is 50 Australian dollar per kilogram, and the local garlic is $25 per kilogram. The Chinese garlic, it is $5 per kilogram. I select the cheapest one. But in the case of the liquor to mix, I advise for you, in Europe, you need to use the good quality like whiskey or Martell or Hennessy, all of this type of liquor with the high proof, 37 or 40 proof. You will mix with the right ratio. The important part is you use sea salt without a lot of chemicals, because the salt with a lot of chemicals, when you mix, it might taste a lot of bitter, and it might not be a good quality. So it's not comparing to the sea salt. And for the sugar, do not use a lot of the white sugar with a lot of chemicals. You use the brown sugar with less chemicals, with the clean water and the good quality liquor. Then when you transfer energy, the garlic water would be good. In a case when it turns turbid in a way, because they have a lot of chemicals in the salt or the sugar, you can still try to drink it, there's no problem. In the future or at the present time, if in Europe, due to the hot climate, after you mix the UV garlic water, you keep them in the fridge, and then 72 hours to take out the garlic, and then you can drink. Even if they turn color green, you can still drink. Recently, I had mixed a number that turned green, and I recognized that in the garlic, also they have some of the roots inside that, as these roots, when you place them, because of many of the roots inside turn the color greenish, but I can still drink it, it still tastes good. And there were times, with my experience in mixing, there was one time when I mixed with salt. It is not the sea salt. The salt that when I drink, it tastes a little different comparing to mixing with the sea salt. So the sea salt tastes better, sugar. I choose the good liquor. My student gave me a lot of the liquor, so I use the good quality liquor with the clean water, salt and sugar, and the garlic. Garlic, you don't have to buy the expensive one. You can buy any type of the garlic. Even the garlic has some of the chemical you can still use, but the important part is you transfer energy. And there is no effect in case when there are chemicals in the salt or the water or the sugar, especially for those of you in Europe. As I live in Europe, I know only in Switzerland the water have less chemicals, but in other countries they have a lot of chemicals in the water. So if it is needed, you can use the water in Europe, and you boil the water, and then after the water is boiled, and you can use it to mix the UV garlic water, or you buy the purified water in order to use. That is my opinion I share with you, as I live in Europe. So I know the water source in Europe, most of the countries, they have a lot of chemicals. Sometimes I use that boiled water. When I left behind, after it cooled down, I see the chemical. So if you worry about the chemical, boil the water, let it cool down, and use that, and mix it with the salt, sugar, liquor, and garlic, and then you can make the UV garlic water. It is better. The reason that it turned turbid, because maybe in the water or the salt may have a lot of chemicals in the salt, or you mix with the cheap liquor, meaning the bad liquor. Sometimes the liquor has a lot of chemicals. So for that reason, when you are mixing the medicine right now, you need to use the good quality liquor, just like Hennessy, Remy Martin, or the good quality, including whiskey. Those good quality liquor, it is more effective for you. vodka in Russia, the proof is so strong. And sometimes one of the so advice for you, do not use vodka. As I research, when you mix it with vodka, sometimes it turns bad. So use Hennessy, Martin, Remy Martin, whiskey, black and white, Johnny Walker. Next question.
Iran?
With thanks to the Master, what's the meaning of the light of God's aura, and how will we be able to understand and receive this better? What will eventually happen to human society, to Earth and humanity? متحره تابش.
Now, in reality, after 25 centuries until now, in the nearest, that is from the time of Buddha and Jesus Christ and Muhammad, perhaps these are the three dominant figures on earth that in the world we are all recognized. That is the fact. But I do not know for what reason at any time that we always have the photo of Buddha, Jesus, or Mary with the light of the aura. That symbolizes the highest being with the light of the divine auras. But in fact, we cannot see the aura. However, through the time as I teach, there are a number of the students that were fortunate when I was teaching. We can see the light aura, the yellow aura covering my body or covering the whole audience. Or sometimes the student took a photograph, they can see the aura behind me. Or when I stand in front to teach and with a normal camera, they can only see only vaguely my figure cover, like a light covering my body. These are the points the deities want to prove that beyond the human there is a powerful energy, and that energy has been shown evidence as you took the photograph that you've seen, also to review, so that Master Leming Dang can see that right always close to Master Dang there is the energy from the deities to cover to help Master Dang, so Master Dang can help people. Eventually Master Dang has that energy. All of you similarly, just like Master Dang, you would have that special ability just like Master Dang to help the communities around the world. That is how I want to share with you, so you can understand about the light of God's aura. With our physical eyes we cannot see, but it has the ability, you can sense it. And when a number of you, the students in UE all over the world, as I taught you, you are able to sense the different energy level when you are able to encounter from the lower soul to the higher soul, including the deities. You are able to sense their presence. When you have your chakra open 100%, when your chakra are open 100%, it links to the combined frequency out in space and all the combined dimensions in space. Then you are able to determine the identity of the souls. You are able to sense them through the time as you learn after you have your chakra 100%. And in the case of seeing the light of God's aura, that is the deities who reveal to you, to your soul, so that your soul can guide your body and you can continue on to strengthen your faith. It doesn't mean that everyone can see it. Some of you can see, and some of you cannot see the auras. But there is a very special case when I was teaching in Australia. At the time when I was teaching level 5 and 5.1, everybody in the class, only about 50 or more or less 70 of you, all 70 of you, you see the auras when I was sitting to teach. When I came to the class, everybody can see it. If one person can see it, then you might see that the person has problem with the eyes, but the whole class can see it. And a few people who cannot see it, the other can see it. And they said that you don't see it, and you pray to the Soul Master Dang, and they can see it. After a break, and they go back in and pray, and then they can see the aura close to Master Dang. And remember, that is the aura from the deities who cover the body, my body. That is how I share with you about the light of God, the aura. These are the points I had mentioned to you. Now, the society in the future, as I mentioned to you for the past few days, I hope that we only have 2.5 years. That would be the end of the 21st century, the first decade of the 21st century. More or less, the humans will have wisdom and enlightenment. I hope that in July, after the end of July, my point here is, I try to teach you the level 20, so that more than 1,000 of you, when you learn the level 20, for sure you are able to merge collectively all over the world. And perhaps the earth will go through the whole change. The change in the environment of the earth, the change of the environment in humanity, and also the change in the environment in many directions to change to a positive, so that we can have a good and new people and new world. Hopefully in 2.5 more years. But for us, perhaps it might take hundreds of thousands of years for the deities to train us, to teach us, and give us this ability, so they can give us the mission and we can contribute. I hope that we can be successful, not just for myself or for the teaching or for your own country, but for the whole world. Only in that way, it is really the humans with wisdom and enlightenment. We need to have the presence of the deities on earth, and the deities who send all of the soul, the high soul. They are no stranger. That's you. You merge with all the soul in humanity. You, me, all of us. When you and me, all of us, we have the ability to merge collectively, then everything will change greatly in the human world in the 21st century. That yesterday, the people in Maya, in Mexico, as well as the other scientists, eventually on Earth we will go through a new direction all over the world. We do not know what are the changes and what is the change in the energy. Only the deities who can change this Earth. The deities, we don't see them, but they can see you and me, see all of us who are doing it. Because the deities are invisible. They give the mission to me, they give the mission to all of you. With your faith and destiny, you are able to contribute. Even though we are ordinary people, we are not no saints or angels. But 34 years ago, the first lesson that I learned from the deities, that is, the human can help the humans. Beyond human, no one can help the humans. After I received that message, the first lesson from the deities, at that time I argued, because at that time my level was low. So I argued that the ability of the deities of the high being, how can the human can do anything? At that time the deities revealed to me, the humans helping the humans, beyond the human, no one can help the human. And these are human that the deities had given the mission. Then until now I realized that you and me, we were given the mission by the deities. Only then you would have the ability, I have the ability, we all can hold hands together to help mankind. That is the reason the human can help the human. Just like for the past few days, as I mentioned very simply, that you do not know how to fly the aircraft without a pilot, then how can you go from point A to point Z in 5, 10 or 20 hours? If you're walking, it might take the whole lifetime, you're not able to get there, but only on the aircraft, 24 hours, you're able to reach your destiny 10,000 miles away, for example. That is how I share with you. So you are able to learn to progress. For sure, I hope that your mission my mission, all of our mission, we will have a chance to contribute to help mankind to reach wisdom and enlightenment, and to help Earth, so that we have a new Earth, new people with the true peace, prosperity, and freedom. Now go on. Next question in Portugal.
Good morning. There's something we wish you could clarify better, Master, please, concerning the unification process. When we concentrate on the chakra 6 of the person, must we catch the energy of the Master Soul before? Now concerning the problem of landmines in Angola. In this country, due mostly to the civil war, there are a lot of them which cause casualties among the population, many of them children. What can we do knowing that there is no school, no UE school there? And the student says that if we are body and soul, if the soul is eternal and the body finite, why do we walk towards the tendency of a not dying body? Where does that lead us to? Can you explain this need better? Thank you, Master. These are the questions of the second student. How can we act on climate catastrophes? Can we act during the exercise to travel out to space? For how long? Now about health problems. Faulting kidneys needing hemodialysis. The problem is very acute. About lack of hearing, deafness, about hair fall, tooth growth. What can we do with the UE? And the final question, if a free auditioner connects with the course at a distance, for instance, levels 18, can he apply the new techniques that are taught which he hadn't learned beforehand? Is all clear, Vlo?
Yes. Now, let me answer the two questions from the two students in Portugal. On the first one, I explained for you clearly in the case when you want to merge to one person each day. When you are practicing for your body to transform into energy, during the time you practice, whether you can travel out to space or you cannot travel out to space, after you finish your practice, then you pray to my soul to merge to your chakra 6. You pray to Master Dang to merge into your chakra 6 3 times. Then, if you want to merge to anyone, you think of the chakra 6 of that person for 30 seconds. But in fact, your soul merged to that soul only in a split of seconds. It's not even 1 second. In that 30 seconds, I give you the time so that you can prepare, but you only need a split of a second. That is the formula for you to merge, to help that one person, so that that soul can evolve and that soul can help that body to recover from the sickness. That is a technique of merging. Now, if you know clearly, let's say in Angola or in that region with the landmine, then each time when you practice, you transfer energy to that location. You transfer energy to that town, to that city where they have this landmine or the dangers, then you transfer energy to that location. Each time when you practice, you transfer energy to that location. And when you know exactly that the dangerous location, then each day, one time, only one time a day. You receive a light of God's aura into your head. You transfer energy 3 seconds, 9 times. And each time when you are practicing, then you can transfer energy to that one time. When you are practicing to transform into energy to travel out to space, then that is a way you are able to help that location with this landmine. Then all of this mine will be ineffective without causing casualty. But you need to know exactly where it is in order to transfer energy more effectively. This is not the first time. Many centuries ago, the one who tried to find eternal life, that is the Chinese. 300 years ago, the people in China, they sent 300 people to the north, 300 people to the south, so that they search for the king to find a pill for eternal life. If they can find it, then they return. If not, they have to go, otherwise they come back and they get killed. At that time, the Chinese, they travel all over the world, but they all went into hiding until now. Each time when I go to Europe, I have seen many of these people totally Caucasian, but the name is a Chinese name. That is some of the stewardess on the aircraft that I often travel. When I ask, how come you are Caucasian, but how come your family name is Asian? I know the Asian name. And she said that her great-grandfather was from China. After many generations, she doesn't know her roots, but her family name is still a Chinese name. That is how I want to share with you. Also among the scientists as well as the billionaires, the wealthy people in the 20th century, not many people who know, but this is an incident that had gone by. I just want to share with you a funny story. There were 3 billionaires. I do not want to tell you from what country. They are very rich. They asked a number of the scientists to research to find some of the device so that they can stimulate the nerve in the brain in order to improve the immune system to fight against all the disease. You know what is the result? The scientists, they are very good. They have many of these devices to place on the head in order to control the whole body. But they have to wear it. They have to wear it always on the head. When they wear that on the head, with that stimulation to all of the nervous system, they have to wear it constantly everywhere, whether even taking a shower, they have to wear it. You may feel very healthy, and you have your strength. Just like those wealthy people, they are able to find that pill. But you know what is the result? This billionaire, they would not be able to handle it, even though they may have health. But everywhere they go, they have to wear the hat, because they have that place on their head. So always they have to wear the hat, whether to go to a party. At home they can take out, but they have that device on the head that help the body is always healthy. At the end, this billionaire, they said no. They may have health, but everywhere they have to wear that device on the head. And other people, they see that everywhere they have to wear the hat. Anywhere, because they take out the hat, they will see the device on the head. So these people, this billionaire, they decided to ask the scientists to take out the device. The moment they take out the device, 3 days later, they died. There is news in the scientific communities. They're no stranger, because in there are my students, and they reported to me. I do not dare to say who and what country. I just want to tell you, to know that in the field of science they can have a device for eternal life. I want to share with you with my knowledge so you are able to learn and progress. However, I do not want to say that we are using the combined dimension from outer space in order to help our body to lead an eternal life or to have longevity. But if we have the ability, if it is the right time that God wants to help the human to evolve, to have wisdom and enlightenment, then we will return back to the state of 200,000 years ago. You and me, all of us, we will have a chance, just like the people with Atlantis. Our body, we can transform to go anywhere, to return back to our original state. Why? So we can rebuild a new earth, so that we can go to other planets to bring life to these planets, and that is the human species. That is the will of God, not mine. For that reason, in the previous seminar, I said that today, to the past, in the humans we have 4 factors: birth, old age, sickness, death. But from now to the future, I do not know. When we are using universal energy properly, then we go beyond time and space, and we can travel equal or faster than the speed of light. Then this body, when we want to keep this body or we can transform this body, we can do it. Then you cannot count the date of your death. I am also puzzling in many classes in the past, especially in the level 19, and to prepare for the level 20. I'm still learning. In the level 20. When we die, leave the body to be buried or cremated, our soul will go to another body to continue on our journey. Then how come this body we already have the ability, it is still healthy, we have the immune strength without sickness, how come we don't keep this body? That is the answer in the level 20. The deities is teaching me and you. And the deities will give me also a way. It is not the pill of eternal life, but the medicine. Just like on the first day I teach you, the snake, after a while, they can peel the skin to live, to have a beauty. The snake doesn't have the beauty, but it can peel up the skin. I have a medicine to drink, and the deity show me a way to bathe and then to have the skin. Whether we can have eternal life or not, I do not know. Only when the deity revealed to me, then I can say to you. But there is a mixture that we can help to transform our body into outer space, and our body we can submerge in that mixture in order to practice. Once you submerge in that mixture, that the deities show me, so that we can retain our youth. Perhaps our skin will be softer or look younger. I cannot guarantee whether we can live long or not. But for the skin, instead of going to the beauty parlor to take away your wrinkle, but now you don't need to use any means to take out the wrinkle, but you are going to use this mixture. I just learned the theory. I did not do it yet. I want to do it. I cannot do it. You know, for me, I have money, but my house is so small. I don't have a place to try it. I don't know where I can use it. In the bathtub, I have to lie down. If I pour in the water, and I could not submerge in the bathtub. In my house, I don't have a place to have a container. With a large container, I don't have a place to. Hopefully, in the level 20, I teach you. At home, when you have the place, you can try to practice first, and I practice later. Even I tell you, even I want to experiment, I could not. To practice and to try, I don't have a place at home. If my house is just like Michael Jackson, then it will be better. With the $300 million, with the 80 room, then all my students can come there. But in my house, there only one room. I don't even have the space. So that is in the future, in the next few months. So to this question about the pure of eternal life, I hope that's not for me, not for the large EV family, but I hope in the future, as a human, have wisdom and enlightenment, we can have longevity in order to serve mankind, because we have the way to eliminate the toxin, to purify the air through the question, as you ask about eternal life. I remember 34 years ago, I do not believe the deities who revealed to me, as the air is contaminated by nuclear, by chemical, by biological agent, all of the substance that contaminate the air that may cause death. That is in fact, if the air is contaminated by nuclear, biological, or the toxin, or nuclear, then for sure our body cannot handle it. But God had given to me a key. That key is to neutralize all of this toxin substance, to have the clean air for us to live. And at that time, I did not believe in it. 30 years later, when I taught you how you are able to purify the air as you travel out to space, now all the toxins are out in the air where we are. We are able to protect by using the large antenna or the small antenna. Additionally, you are practicing to travel out to space, then your body are not inhaling many of these toxins. As you transform into energy, it is appropriate with all of the energy in outer space that is sufficient to neutralize all of the toxins on Earth, as you have been using to transfer energy into the toxic water and to neutralize it. And you had seen, and you will continue to see it. So it took 30 years, as I remember, the deities had revealed to me. And I know with this ability that the deities had given to me, as we know how to use universal energy to neutralize the toxin in the food, vegetable, and more importantly, in the water. So in the future, if they have contamination by nuclear, biological, or chemical, then we will have the chance to neutralize all of this substance in the air to bring the clean air. And as we inhale this air, we are able to live in a healthy, as we had experimented already from the animals in the water. And the last stage, as I am teaching you, as you travel out to space, the purpose to avoid the case that we are contaminated in the future. Now, in the case of natural disaster, as you know, if you know, let's say, a country A, B, or C with a natural disaster, for example, then you can prepare you to practice to travel out to space, and you can focus to that point. After you practice, then at the moment when your body transforms into energy, then your soul and your body would come there to help. The time is long or short, it is up to the deities to control your body and your soul. When you practice, when you are sitting, you lose all the sensation of your body for half an hour, 2 hours. That is up to the deities to give you the mission and your duties. As your body and your soul can come there, how long it is up to the deities to decide, not us. Even if you want to return back, you could not. If you want to regain your sensation, you could not. One of the clearest examples is Teresa right here. As you know, at night, when she's sleeping, from the moment she practices, close her eyes, then she disappears. She doesn't know anything. Normally, when you are right close by, after practicing, she fall asleep, but in a very deep sleep, no movement that wake up. Only except at night, she has to wake up to go to urine for 5, 6, 7 hours straight. That is the body and the soul travel out to learn. One more time, I confirm with you, listen carefully. When you are lying down, when you are preparing to sleep, it is different. But when you are practicing, it's different. You have to listen carefully. At night, you lie down, you practice. Then you, after you pray and you follow all the formula and you receive the light of God's aura, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The first time, second time, suddenly you are in a very deep sleep. Then that means you are going out. This means it takes you 5, 10 minutes. Sometimes you receive light of God's aura 2 seconds and you send here and there. After 3 or 4 locations, suddenly you are gone. It doesn't mean that you have to send transfer energy 30, 40 locations. But when you do that in a short time, you can go quite quickly. So that in the future, when your body and your soul, you want to travel, you can go anywhere because you are traveling equal and faster than the speed of light. The moment you just lose all sensation of your body, you are there. Just like, for example, you are in Europe, I'm in Australia. It is very long. The distance, many thousands of miles. At night, when you are sleeping, in your dream, you dream that you see Master Dang, and you see that you are visiting the altar of mankind ancestor and with Master Dang, and suddenly your wife touched you, and then you woke up, and from Europe, suddenly you from Australia, you return right back to Europe. That is the example I share with you. Your soul travel equal or faster than the speed of light. In that sense, you are able to merge to help others, and it will be effective. You can do it individually or collectively. With our own ability, we are not able to merge to one person, not to mention about collectively. How can you do it? When you want to merge collectively, meaning you have a very powerful energy. When you merge collectively to a country, meaning you have a very powerful energy to merge all of the people in that country, also the people in that country, you're merging to them. In the next class, I will teach you. I had done, and I continue to do it, according to the formula the deities had revealed to me, and I will teach you. Now I explain for you, in the case of healing, each of the location, whether it is severe or minor, you transfer energy. Beside the fact that you transfer energy to the whole body, and you treat the local area for the tooth, if you want to have a tooth growth. On the upper one, you transfer energy 9 times, and on the lower one, you transfer energy 9 times. So, a number of you, as you experiment, the teeth grow, but you are not able to keep them because you don't have the sufficient energy. A number of people, you transfer energy for 6 tooth to grow, and then after a while, all of them they fall apart. That is how I share with you in the case of tooth growth or the organ that are being removed, either inside our body. With the removed organ, you are able to help transfer energy to help them to regrow faster, including all of the transplanted organ. You transfer energy and they can adapt to your body without the side effect. When you are learning in a high level, you have the ability. So now, if for those of you, perhaps, as you know the code, and if you are auditing through the internet, not just these people, if you are auditing the level 18, then you can apply the update to the latest technique of level 18 as you are auditing. I'm afraid that if you do not learn in person, or if you do not know clearly and you do it incorrectly, but if you do it with the right technique, as I'm teaching you in this class, if you are auditing directly right here, or you are auditing through the internet, if you listen clearly to my lecture, or you listen to the tape, through the CD, then with my instruction as I'm teaching in the level 18 today, that in the previous level 18 you did not learn, and once you hear it, the important part is you hear my lecture, then you can do it. It will be just like the people who are here attending the course in person. Next question.
Hello, Master. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Some theory and book speaks about souls coming from other solar system or galaxy, like Orions. And since I was a kid, as soon as I was looking at the stars, I was looking for those 3 stars that form the Orion belt. It's only much later that I learned that it was the Orion belt, and I really feel a kind of connection. Am I imagining this connection, or would it be possible that my soul did spend some time there? And please explain the spirituality of life, of universal energy. How do I recognize that I have integrate universal energy into my spirituality? Thank you.
Now let me explain for you to this question. I remember the first time when I learned about 34 years ago. we, wherever we are, we know exactly what's there. So in fact, the normal saying that I often say, meaning only they know them. Beyond them, nobody would know. Meaning they are from far away who come to this earth, but they know everything in order to contribute to help. They bring the information from up there to help down here. So in a simpler way, that means also we were from the light of the sun, the star, the galaxies. Now we are down here in human form. That is you, me, all of us. It is not so simple. But who bring us down? The soul from far away. It is not so easy to come down here because there is a hierarchy, just like in the human world. So in the similarity of the material and in the spiritual, it is the highest being who sent us down here. We need to have wisdom and enlightenment so that we are able to help those who do not have wisdom and enlightenment, so they can regain that wisdom and enlightenment. But even ordinary soul, then how can we help people to have that wisdom or enlightenment? If you are the professor, then you can teach the student. The student cannot teach the professor. Is it right? That is how it is, a similarity between the material and the spiritual world. That's why we are fortunate that the deities had chosen us, so we have to kneel down and thank the deities, so we are able to serve our family, our country, our communities. If you come to UE with that purpose, if you do not follow that, then it is your own fault, not the fault of the deities or Master Dang. That is the fact. It is not your imagination. If you use UE to develop on the spiritual path, because this is the highest spiritual path, it is not that I'm boasting. All of the spiritual school, do you see anyone who can teach you in both in parallel? There's one, either in one spiritual or physical. You can never have both in parallel together. When you come to learn UE, you're learning both in parallel, material and spiritual together. The higher in the spiritual, the higher in the material. And I want to train you, to guide you in the shortest time. It doesn't mean it take you 30, 50 years or a century. If I train you 30, 50 or 100 years, then we lose all the time, then we are not able to help anyone. That is, you wish to learn through the books. So now it is time for you to put into practice. Through your time of research, to learn the theory, learn from the books. So now it is a time for you to put into practice the theory, and you put into practice together, then you have everything. Meaning you're able to serve others. Doesn't mean that you have everything so that you can boast. In many of the previous levels, especially the level 17, 18, 19, I always remind you, the students, I know that among these 15% who do not accept, but they come to learn. They learn for one reason or another that put you into the class, you learn, but you don't put into practice. For that reason, I always pray so that you have to change your mentality, because you have the infinite asset that no one can have. I give you a very simple example so you can easily understand. In your family, let's say you are in a royal family, you have a high position, to help you, to bring you up, then they can bring you up, but you have to do something, you have to do good to help people. If you don't have anything, and your family in a royal family, they bring you up to be a leader, so how can you help? If you don't know, how can you help yourself? Unintentionally, that king who promote you would die also. So, through that I have a lesson. Perhaps you did not listen to this. As you know, 34 years ago, for the first time, that I had to think, even though my father died, the deities revealed to me, if I am a ruler of a country, and my own father unintentionally kill 1,000 innocent people and kill them, and if I'm the ruler of the country, how would I deal with that?
Maybe full battery? I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we don't hear Fu.
Okay, it must be his battery then. Sorry. There's a lot of energy here with Master. Batteries run out very fast.
Testing, testing, testing.
Yes, we hear you.
That's okay.
Testing, testing, testing, testing, testing. Okay now, testing, testing, testing.
Yes,
I hear
yes,
you
okay.
full. We just wait for Spain to reconnect. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Mute Spain.
So when the deities who asked me how I could deal with that situation, that my father killed thousands of innocent people, and after 2 days of thinking, I answered to the deities that I would go abroad on a business trip, and I authorized people who take care of the laws in my absence, that they have to deal with anyone who violates the law accordingly, even if it is my father. And they have to deal just like other citizens if he violates the law. Then the moment I answer like that, what happened to the deities? The deities start to teach me higher, because now if I go abroad, then they can deal with my father. If I deal with my father, it will be difficult. When I go abroad in my absence, and then they deal with it. And my father, because of his act, I have to face the consequence. There's no reason that my father killed thousands of people. Then I would let's set him free. So let others to take care of him. That is how the deities test me to see how I can deal in that situation. So in fact, in my life, teaching UE is more important. The UE student is more important than other people. I tell you the truth. My students, I see them above, including my family. In my family, many of the elders who took care of me, but I see that the EV is higher than them. It doesn't mean that those who nurture me and I protect them, or to protect those elders who nurture me from my childhood, and then I let them do bad. I only listen to one person. I only listen to my mother. In the past, my mother, sometimes she say right, and I listen, and she say wrong, and I have to listen. Before I was a master, but when I was a master, whether she say right or wrong, I have to listen to her, because of my love to her. Even though she said that I have to do it, even though I know it is against my conscience, I have to do it. That's why she had the deities love me and let her die early. I don't want her to die, but the deities love me and let her die early. Because whatever she say, I have to listen. So that would cause a problem to me. So God really loved me and let her die early, but she died at the age of more or less 70 or 80. But I was able to save her to live 5 more years. During that surgery, a 5-hour surgery, at that time when I was in Australia, I sleep, but my soul go and help the doctors to perform the surgery. And in that 5-hour surgery, with the health of the old age of my mother, supposedly she would not survive because of the lack of the blood. That is in a medical perspective. But my soul returned back and helped my mother to live for 5 more years. And after 5 years, she died. And that is how God loved me and let her die early. It doesn't mean that I pray for her to die, but my God, and she showed me so many things that I don't, against my will, I have to do it. So God see that I'm suffering. That's why if she hear this, she would curse at me. I'm very practical. I want to share with you. So if you wish to learn and develop on your spiritual path, I give you my opinion in our body, so that you are able to have the wisdom, so you can help your soul to be enlightened, so you're able to help other people in the nearest. That is your family members. I do not fear death, because to me, life and death is the same, because I'm from life to death, back to life again. So I want to train you from life to death, and then from death back to life. So to us, life and death is one, is the same. Once we decide that life and death is the same, then we have longevity. Why? So we can serve. It's not for pleasure. If you think that you live long for pleasure, then you are limited. If you live to serve others, to develop on a spiritual path, then you would live long. And you live long in the wisdom. It doesn't mean that you live in darkness, because in that sense you should not, but you have the wisdom in order to help people. Then that is how you should live. That is a general principle of UE. I cannot confirm yet, because with everything I have learned, and I can teach you. If I did not learn, then I would not dare to teach you. During the time I'm waiting for the level 20, each day I continue to learn from the deities, so that with all the lecture is stored in my mind. When we start at level 20, I can teach you. At that time, I would know the deities, how the deities would teach you, how the deities would teach me, how the deities would teach all of us. In the level 20, we will decide it. Now I only know some of the formulas as I learn. And I learned the formulas, and I've been confused for the past 2 weeks, the formula that I have to teach you. It took me 2 weeks to grasp. Only just last Monday, I learned for 2 weeks about the techniques, because it was constantly changing. I myself, I teach my students, and it was changing, and it took me 2 weeks to really grasp it. So that's why I have to learn very clearly, so that I would be able to teach you, so you are able to do it successfully. It doesn't mean I can teach anything I want, because they teach me and I have to practice. I do it to see the result. When I practice and apply for the past few weeks, in the case of severe sickness, I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. The student in the level 17, 16, all of the students, you call me, a lot of you call me. And you call me, perhaps the deities want the student to call me, so I can transfer energy using the new technique to see the result. But I see the result is so quick. They are able to heal faster. I can help them very quickly. That is a good sign. I hope after I learn, I see the result, and I can teach you. You can do it effectively, so you can contribute to help other people physically and spiritually, in order to have wisdom, health, and the soul can be enlightened, and the body can have wisdom in order to help others. That is my wish. And with my wish, that would be the same as the wish of all the humans. Now go on, next question.
España?
Yes, Jonas. Good morning, Master. Yesterday, you said that now we are learning directly from you, Master, but later in the future, the learning is going to be in a more indirect way. Is it going to be? The student wants to say that in the future it's going to be in a more indirect way. It's not going to be so easy to study with you, Master. This student would like to know why, if you could elaborate a bit more on this question. This student would like to know about something you said. You said that the deities guide us to take this street A and not street B, and we can't take the street the way that we want, because this is what happened to the Atlants, and they failed because they wanted to be themselves. Could you elaborate a bit more this point? The second student says, "Thank you, Master, for helping us to progress in our spiritual way. My question is, what can we do when we find an object that is full of black magic? How can we liberate the soul that is trapped, that object? Thank you very much, Master.
Now, to this question, I remember about 15 years ago, when I was teaching in Europe and in America, I mentioned to the student that in the future, if you want to learn in person with me, it's so difficult because you would learn on a television. At that time, my students, they would not believe. How can it happen that I would teach through the television and you learn through the TV? But in fact, it happened. From 1992 and starting in the year 1999, only 7 years later, from that time on, you learn constantly through television and not in person, very rare. Most of you learn through television for the first time. In the case of organizing, as you know, I'm very simple. The first time we organize through the satellite system, it is so costly. I taught for only 7 days in Holland. When they organized, it cost $350,000 for 7 days. In a day, all of the system, all the telecommunication system, the largest company in America, they are totally blocked 24 hours. So that we have to learn through the telephone. We cannot see the video on the second day. We can see. And it costed $350,000. At that time, we did not know how to use the internet or through the video phone. And at that time, we used the satellites. From then until now, I taught 8 years through the video phone, especially in the big seminar that a number of you who come to learn in person with me, most of you learn indirectly. So in the future, in the way of the technology using the internet or satellite, if we can succeed like this, then the highest level, perhaps you can come to me like this time right here. I want to share with you a number of you who did not have the financial means that to travel here and there would be costly. Only in the case that you buy the air ticket from other country to go to Australia only with the visa. So I can solve this, but it is costly for you to travel. So instead of from Europe to go to Australia, the air ticket and the hotel and also the tuition fee is so costly. So that's why I decided in Europe, I let Holland to organize, in Asia, I let in Thailand to organize, to help a number of you to learn the level 20. And a number of you who can learn in person in Australia, a very small number because it is so costly, meaning the hotel lodging and the travel. You know, from America to go to Australia, each person it may cost many thousands of dollars just for air tickets. For Europe to Australia, each of you it may cost 3,000 euros for the ticket. It is so expensive. I want to train you to contribute to help you, so you have more ability. So you and me all together, we contribute to help during this most critical time that Earth is facing, that the scientists around the world send the warning. That is one of the things that we need to prepare in order to apply and protect within our capacity, so that Earth can have peace and all the humans on Earth, we don't have any problem with the sickness or death. That is the reason this time I agree to let Thailand and Holland to organize a class, and in Australia with a very small number of people who come here. That's how I share with you, so you learn and you can apply. I also hope that in the future I would find a conference room that can hold 3,000-5,000. So I would have many of you to teach the highest level, just like the level 20, so that you can learn in person with me, so I can teach you hopefully on that day if the condition in the world is stabilized and the means of transportation is less costly and easy, then I will organize a class that can combine all of you from the lower to the high level, that you will never be able to see me in person, you only saw me in television. I understand from many of you from Eastern Europe, in Europe, that you learn from the level 1 up to level 18. You have never seen me in person, including level 19. You did not see me in person, and you continue on to level 20. You could not even see me in person, because I do not teach in person for the past 8 or 9 years. In the past, I travel here and there and teach in person to South America, Asia, Europe many times. But now the means of transportation is difficult, and also the security is so difficult. So I can sit right here and I can teach to many countries. So instead of, in the past, I go to another country, then other people can come to that country. So now I can sit in Australia all together, just like today. I'm teaching to teach to 8 locations. With Australia, that would be 9 countries. That's how I want to share with you. Hopefully, in the future, more or less, you will have a chance to see me in person. On that, you can rest assured, don't worry. Now, I explain for you on that next question. Tradition, culture, family, society, that bring us to road B, we never go to road A. People want to take care of your career, future, for your family. That is the fact. Because the material, we have to worry about it. We cannot blame them. But the part that we can take care more or less, it is up to the deities who decide. There's some families that are so poor, uneducated, but there's some families that are very poor, but they have the ability that people help them so they're able to learn and they're able to help people. And this happened a lot. For that reason, if your body and your soul, you have the mission, then everything changed in the environment. To change your career, your future, and the basic is to serve mankind, to help the soul of all the humans in order to evolve. That is the top priority for the humans, to have wisdom and enlightenment. For that reason, in the 20th century, God had chosen the body of Master Leming Dang to send the soul from far away into the body of Master Leming Dang, so that the soul can teach the Master Leming Dang for the whole journey. And the soul of Master Leming Dang has the soul of the Master Leming Dang has control. The soul has controlled the body of Master Dang for many years, from the moment I start to learn until now. I have learned in all aspects. That is, my body is learning. I do not say that my soul is totally enlightened, but my soul, after 20 years, I recognize that it go in parallel with the deities. Everything, God allowed me to do anything. When it is needed, then the soul of God will merge with me. Now you will be just like the same like me in the past. Now I let your soul, you can do anything. But the soul Master Dang is always close to your soul. At any time, any moment, when you need, you call on me, I help you. And if you do not need, when you need, I may help, I come in and help you. It doesn't mean that I wait for you to call. Sometimes you are afraid that you call the soul Master Dang, and you are afraid. Even if you don't call, I will merge to help you. So you can complete your mission, and that is a mission God had given to your body and your soul. This is something my soul can do. That is how I explain for you, so you can understand, so you can apply to help yourself. Now, in this case, as I had mentioned to you already, in my country, when they brought up 8 coffins, and the villager are so afraid, and asked the monk who performed the ritual. He knew that afterwards he would die, and in fact, after he performed the ritual, he died. There's one of the powerful people who take some of the object from the coffin. When he brought it home, he died. They reported that incident to me in the recent weeks. So if you know some of these objects, that there are many of the wandering soul, remember, if the soul from the Shaka 3 down, then automatically they evolve. But there's some of the sorcerer, they are clever, they can send into this object the soul from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5. They have the power, and they don't cause any problem to anyone. If you keep them around, if you don't have the ability, perhaps they would cause problem to you until your death. If you wish, I can help you with this strange object that you feel that you have problem when you bring it to your home. Then I advise for you, you transfer energy to that strange object. Each day you transfer energy 9 times, and you have to transfer energy at least 10 days consecutively. Then the soul follow your energy. That the object, whether it is the statue, will be back to normal, just like all the objects. That is how I explained for you. In the past, you could not do it, but now, as you're level 18, you can do it. There are some of the ancient relics. There are some of these guardians who follow. Listen carefully. The guardians who are keeping them, especially some of the relics from Egypt. There were many guardians who kept them. Some of you, you have money, you brought them home. When you brought this object home, and then suddenly you fail. I helped one person 10 years ago. A billionaire, I do not want to say from what country. A billionaire who's doing very good in business. And one day, and they tried to harm him, but he didn't know. Give him a statue he brought home. That is a very precious statue that is expensive. They give him as a gift when he brought home. The moment he brought it home, you know what happened? All of his business suddenly went down, and he ended up in jail. After he was in jail, and he was fortunate to see me. The moment when I walk in the house, I told them to take out this statue, and they take out this statue. And there's another powerful person. These powerful people often, when they receive a lot of gifts, due to the respect they have to accept. One of the powerful person who believe in the deities in his religion, I do not want to say from what country. But that person is also my student. He asked me to come to the house. That student, he said that when I walk up, see all of these relics, to see whatever it is. When I come and look, I see the 2 statues there. 2 statues there. The statue there is to block him. He's not able to go up. I tell them to give these 2 statues away. Among this 200 statue, very precious statue, I told them to take away 2 statues to give elsewhere. Then suddenly, from that moment, he was able to improve in his position. That's all I can say. I don't want to say any country. I don't want to say who he is. Those are the 2 cases that I helped. So to this question, in the past I only helped. You don't have the ability, but now, with your ability, you are high. Your soul is high. You can merge through the body. So I help you, so you can help people. So that's why you are able to do it. Through the lesson, as I learn from the deities, as I teach you, so you have the chance to contribute to help here. You are not just helping the living, but you're also helping the soul of these guardians so they can return to the deities. Listen carefully. We can help these guardians. Next question.
Jonas, is it Spain again?
Yes, Spain again.
Spain again, okay. Dear Master, what is the difference between God and the deities? You say that they tell us to do this or that, they guide us, and God, what does God do? Master, when we pray to your soul, how can we do it? Is there any formula? Master, the person who has a high soul, is it's the aura bigger? Those are the questions. Thank you, Master.
Through the legend in the human world, I don't know from what time when we devise the notion as God, as a highest being. I don't know when we have that notion. There is no books that describe God at any time that we have that notion. That is very strange. There is no book that refer to it. You can see how strange it is. That is the human, we make it up. We make up God as the highest, and with all the ability that the human we cannot do it, then we refer to the high being, the highest, and all of the souls of the deities who live on earth. That for the past few days, as I mentioned to you, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, these three, beyond them, there are so many others that they have the contribution to help in the human world for so many centuries in the past, not only in the recent 25 centuries. All of them are humans, and they became the deities. I want to mention to you, depending on the tradition, culture of the country, that they praise this being. And based on that, as you can see, just like in China, one of the general, and he was praised as a saint, and then the Buddhists called him as a Buddha. And then according to legend, for many thousands of years. But in fact, he was only a general human. And many people who believe in him, also abroad in China and also abroad in some of the big temple, I have seen that is only one of the warriors. You can see in my country, one of the normal soldier, after he sacrificed his life for the country, only the king has signed a decree to call him, this soldier who sacrificed for the country, to become a saint. Then people worship him for 3 centuries. That he was only a normal soldier, not even a general. As the king signed a decree to praise him as a saint, then the villager worship him for 3 centuries. And they go through all of the rituals, all the prayers, in a large scale for the whole region who worship them, that saint. So, who are the deities? They are only the humans who become the deities. So, for that reason, we don't know anyone or any country who bring out the highest one as God. Nobody can prove. So, for that reason, in the 20th century, Master LUONG is on earth after 32 years. As I start to learn, from that day when I learned on the spiritual path, God had revealed to me, the deities had revealed to me, only the human can help the human. And that human has been given by the deities to help the ability. And eventually, I hope in the future, the humans can help the human. Then it would go in parallel to those with wisdom and enlightenment. Then the human can help each other. Eventually, the high being that you respect in the past, you continue to worship and respect them. But on earth, the humans in the flesh, and these are the humans who can contribute to help mankind. That is the people with the ability as a human can help. These are the humans with wisdom and enlightenment to help others to have the same state of wisdom and enlightenment like us. That is you and me, all of us. God wants to train us fairly, truly love, truly help us, so that we can have truly peace and freedom. That is the nirvana, that is the Long Hoa meeting in the humankind. that the human we want to, but we are not able to. 200,000 years ago, supposedly we have it. But this master in Atlantis, they do not accept it. They want to keep it only just for themselves in their own continent, not to other continent. For that reason, I don't want to make the same mistake. I want all 5 continents to have this ability. Therefore, for the past 18 years of my teaching, all 5 continents on earth, we have the student of UE in higher level. That is how I prepare for all 5 continents, not just for one particular continent, not just for one group, but in all 5 continents. Any continent there are UE students. Why? So that you can help your own continent. In 5 continents, that is sufficient. That is how I share with you. In the case of, about the deities, that we are fortunate, the deities had allowed us with this ability. So, God had given to me, all of us, the same mission. Through the past 25 centuries until now, Buddha has been preaching. Jesus left behind many lessons for us to learn. Mohammed left behind the scriptures from the Quran. All of these words is to help us to reach wisdom and enlightenment. Is that right? But now, 25 centuries until now, how many people can have wisdom and enlightenment? These people, can they teach us to have wisdom and enlightenment? They only left behind the means. And they left all the scriptures so high, people could not fully grasp. That's why the human could not have wisdom and enlightenment. High or low or in the medium, you could not grasp because the information is so profound. That's why when I was born, I can teach in all levels, high, low, and medium, so everybody can grasp. That is the religious leader in your religion who asked me to help you so that to enhance your level, so you are able to help your own religion, to help your country, not me. If you have the ability, then you should thank your religious leaders. You should thank your own deities, not Master Dang. Your religious leaders asked me to remind you so you can have that wisdom and enlightenment to protect your people, your country, and your own religion. Remember that. It doesn't mean that Master Dang come down here and Master Dang teach you and all of you have to follow Master Dang. You don't have to. You follow your own religious leader. You follow your country. You follow your religion, not Master Dang. Master Dang have the mission to teach you. After I teach you, I go elsewhere. I do not stay in your country or in your religion. Everywhere on earth, it is the home of Master Dang. All of the people on earth are Master Dang, comrade. Do not praise Master Dang as a religious leader. If you want to, you need to respect your own religion, your own religious leaders, your own country, your own people, not Master Dang. Remember this. Today I share with you, this is the true saying for Master Dang to answer for you. Eventually, you will have the mission that God had given to your religious leaders, and your religious leaders ask Master Dang to help you so you can help your own religion. So you remember that. Listen carefully. So you will see who's God, who's the true self. God is us and we are, God is in us, and God to teach us, and then we receive the mission of God, so we can follow God. It doesn't mean that you are God. We don't see God anywhere. We only see the humans helping the humans, and the humans, they are you. You are the humans. You continue to help the humans, and that's all. You don't need to praise as a high being because they are the abstract. They are invisible. They may have the real ability, but even if they stay right in front of you, do you recognize them? You drive them away. So on that, I just explained for you. Now, when you pray to my soul, I don't want you to pray because your soul is not strong enough. Just like in the past, my soul is not as strong. Each time when I pray to God to help me, I learned through 34 years. So now I'm teaching you to be just like me. Why? so that you in the future you will be equal to me or better than me. So you can help your communities, you can help your country, your people, your own religion, not helping Master Dang for that reason. When you pray to the Soul Master Dang will support your soul, because the Soul Master Dang has been merged by the deities, and then I can merge with you. The deities can merge with you, but then you could not handle it. Therefore, through my medium, I merge with you. When it is needed, then you don't have to pray to the deities. When you are strong, your soul has been enlightened, your body has the wisdom, then you don't need to pray to anyone. And you yourself, you can do it in order to help yourself, to help your country, your people, to help your religion, to be strong in this world. Now, as you can see, your energy is only like this for 5 inches, for example, 2 inches, for example, or 8 inches. That is your strong energy. But when you have a very powerful energy, your soul is higher, then you have the light, then that light may cover all over you or even a large area, not only for 2 or 5 inches. In the future, you will become just like when you have the real light, real aura. The light of auras from the deities to protect your body. Doesn't mean that I only have it, but you will have it. As I have it, you will have it. With everything I promised for the past 18 years as I have, you will have. So I try my best to train you to be equal or better than me, so that you and me will all contribute to help mankind, to help your own religion. So now we all get ready, because everything that you need to practice to travel out to space for the level 16, 17, it is similarly. So now I give you a few minutes to get ready. So now you remember, let me repeat again. Today, right now, when you practice, then all of you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that conference in Europe, in Belgium, in Brussels. That is for those of you, the level 17 student today. For those of you who are the level 19 here auditing, then you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds. You have to send 9 times to Brussels, in Belgium, in that conference, to help them with the constitution. The level 19, then you send 9 times. The level 17, you only send 3 seconds 1 time. But for me, you don't have to worry about it. My mission, I will merge collectively to the whole. So I repeat one more. If the constitution, if it is beneficial for the whole Europe, if they don't agree, then they will all agree. But if the constitution is not beneficial for Europe, then for sure they would pause. Among these two, you will see the result. Now I know on the internet, through the news media, there are a number of countries who do not agree to the constitution for Europe. And if today we transfer energy and all of those who all accept, then that constitution will be beneficial for Europe. Then you can rest assured that constitution will be valuable and benefit for all of you in Europe. Listen carefully. And if it is not beneficial for Europe, and even and then they would pause and they will have the next conference. Tomorrow you will know the result. Before the end of the class, perhaps you will know the result. When you check on the internet or the news media, you will know. And then on Sunday, you will let me know. So tomorrow they will decide, and on Sunday you will let me know the result. So now all of you get ready, so you can practice to travel out to space together with me to travel out to space. With everything that I have taught you, try to apply correctly so you can transfer energy to that conference.
Can we still ask a question, because something is really unclear? Can we still ask the question? Because the students do not know, do they first travel to space, finish the exercise and then transfer energy? Is it this way correct? First we travel to space, finish the exercise and then we transfer energy?
Now, all of you, later on, when you practice, the first thing that you do is you receive the light of God's aura to send here and there, to send to your organs to practice. But the first location is to receive the light of God's aura to send to the conference place first, and then you can send to one country to another, or the organs in your body. That is when you try to help yourself to transform into energy to travel to space. Is it clear for you? That is for those of you in level 17. Now for level 19, before you practice to travel out to space, then you receive a light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the conference 9 times. Then you continue to send energy to other locations. So are you clear?
Sorry, it is not clear now. The master said before we start with the practice, we send the energy and not during the exercise, so it's not clear.
Now, when you are practicing traveling out to space, during the time when you transfer energy, first location you transfer energy is Brussels, and then you continue to transfer energy to the country, the organs, everywhere. Okay, for level 19, you transfer energy 9 times to Brussels, and then you continue to transfer energy to other locations.
Excuse me, Vu, can you do it one more time, because Sabine, she lost the beginning of your explanation. One more time, please.
So, Dr. Dick, is it clear for you, Dr. Dick?
Yes, this was clear, but explain again for Sabine.
Yes, yes, Sabine chưa nghe được thứ này. So, Africa, can you hear me now? Africa?
Yes, they are.
Africa? Okay, Sabine, are you clear about the technique that...
No, we had no audio. Can you tell the master that we had no audio and we just back now?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, during the practice, when you are practicing traveling out to space, during the practice, when you transfer energy, the first location you transfer energy is Brussels, and then you can continue on to transfer energy to the local organs or the countries, etc. For the level 19 students here, you transfer energy to Brussels 9 times, and you continue on to transfer energy to the locations or the organs in your body. Okay? Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
So now begin. Now it is finished. So now we take a 1 hour break.
Is everybody ready? It's time. We could start.
Ready?
Okay, Master.
So now you can continue on with the class. However, in the changes for the sake of the whole Europe, in the meeting as you had presented to me in Brussels, then for sure it will be beneficial. This is the first time in a big meeting that the large AOE family will transfer energy to contribute. And beside that, within my ability, I try my best to merge collectively to help all of the leaders as well as representing country in the meeting so that it is beneficial for Europe in terms of the constitution. I hope if there are changes, then they'll have to change the constitution to be more appropriate for the benefit of all the countries without any disadvantage to any country with the 27 country members of the meetings. That is a good sign. Since today we are transferring energy for the first time, tomorrow, similarly like today, you and me will have a chance to transfer energy one more time. This is the first time they formed the constitution for the whole of Europe, that going through the changes as the deity had given to us, the ability we're able to help all of the country in Europe. That perhaps it may link directly or indirectly to all of the other countries in the world. Hopefully, with a new constitution for Europe, it will be beneficial for the whole world. Now, we continue on. I'll let you start with a question. So now in Turkey, you can ask now.
Hello? You?
Yes.
Do you hear us now?
Yes, I hear you.
Because, but you started to hear me now, I guess.
Yes, only now I can hear
the questions, and I was asking whether you hear us. You didn't.
No, I didn't.
You didn't answer. No, but there is. Okay. She's going to repeat the questions then. She's going to ask them again.
Hello, Master. 3 questions. Can we transfer energy to an agricultural field from a distance when we are not in front of the field? Second question. Can we transfer universal energy to churches? Can we merge with a person to influence, to change his mind more than once in a day? Thank you, Master.
Is everything clear?
Thank you, Hassan. Is it clear?
Okay, well.
In the case to help with agriculture, you need to be in person in the field. You cannot do it from a distance, except only this morning, as I mentioned to you, in the case of the difficulties, like in the case of disasters, or the region that they have the landmine, then in that case you can do it remotely because of the danger. But for agriculture, for the field, then you have to be there in person to do it. You cannot do it from a distance. It would not be effective when you do it from a distance. So you listen carefully. If you do it wrongly, then it is not effective. In the case of the church or a temple, you have to be there in person. When you walk by the church or you walk by the temple, you receive the light of God's aura and you send 3 seconds to the church or to the temple. That is a way you are helping all of those, the soul close to the church or the temple to have a chance to evolve higher. So you listen carefully. This is you have to do it in person when you are there. And there's another case due to the fact that, let's say when you are traveling, you go to one country to another. If you know that country, the location, and when you come to that city or the town, if you know the exact location of the church or a temple, then when you go back home, you can transfer energy from a distance to that church or a temple. In the case of merging, you are in the level 18. Each day, you can only merge to one person, and you can merge only one person a day and one time a day. But the organs of the people that you try to merge to each day, if you practice to travel out to space, you can use the organs of that person that you merge to. You can transfer energy each time when you practice out of space. You can transfer energy to the organs by receiving 2 seconds and 3 seconds to the organs of these people who are sick. And that is a person that you merge or the person that you don't merge. You can still use the organs of this person to transfer energy when you are practicing for your body to travel out of space. So you listen carefully about these techniques. Next question.
Добрый день, дорогой мастер. Хочу от всего сердца поблагодарить за эти знания, которые я получила на протяжении этого времени, около 3 лет, которые полностью перевернули мое сознание, мою жизнь и принесло очень большие перемены в ней на 360 градусов, можно сказать. Ребенок мой, который младше, родился слепой. Благодаря универсальной энергии и зрение, которое было 10,0, сейчас это по моей вине, потому что немножко допустила его много смотреть компьютер, исправилась на 1,0, 0 и 1, сейчас опять 2 и 4. Но это приходящее, я думаю, что это поправится. А косоглазие, которое было очень сильное, оно ушло благодаря универсальной энергии. То, что творилось в семье, тоже много испытаний, которые пришлось пройти. Муж, который узнал, что я опять познакомилась с новым учением, пообещал вообще уничтожить этих людей, сам в тюрьме даже сидеть. Антенну дочь моя выбрасывала в окно, но тем не менее она целая осталась, немножко там с проблемой. Сын, который сначала игнорировал и универсальную энергию, сейчас старший, уже на 13 уровне. И тоже делает большие успехи, когда наблюдает, он фельдшер, и люди говорят, что исчезают затемненные участки при простудных заболеваниях тяжелых, при пневмониях. Ну, в общем, жизнь, можно сказать, обнять и плакать. Сейчас все хорошо. Мой вопрос, который очень меня волнует. Как улучшить еще больше, то есть, чтобы не вернуться то, что испытали атланты, когда мы прошли такой опыт, знания, как избавиться от того, что у нас уже в крови, можно сказать, лень, тщеславие, гордыня. Помоги разобраться более тщательно, чтобы уйти от этих качеств. Не хочется быть с ними. И очень хочется узнать причины заболевания, так как я работаю с людьми, почему все-таки они болеют, от каких мыслей, чтобы, может быть, подсказать, от чего, какие заболевания появляются. Понятно, что от мысли, от раздражения, от страха, но можно более глубже. И, пожалуйста, как улучшить память? Можно больше узнать.
Good day, dear Master. First of all, I'd like to thank you for everything that happened with me within the last 3 years when I'm doing universal energy. My consciousness has changed, my life has changed 360 degrees. First of all, my son was almost blind. My child was his eyesight was very negative. She gave a figure 10.0, that which characterizes the eyesight. To some degree, I could say that I was the one to blame because I was allowing him to play computer games for too much. His eyesight improved. Then, second, there were family problems in my life. When my husband learned that I found some new teaching, which was universal energy, he even said that he's going to destroy these people, etc., etc. He was very angry. Now, well, he's now in prison, so not causing much problems. My daughter was very angry with me also. She was throwing out my pyramid out the window, but the pyramid didn't break. It's still intact and everything is fine. My oldest son wasn't happy either, but now he's already level 13, and being a doctor, he seems to be able to help many other people, and people are thanking him. So basically, my life changed for the better thanks to universal energy within the last 3 years. And I've got a few questions. Dear Master, what can we do to avoid repeating mistakes of the people of Atlantis? How can we get rid of the arrogance, or the laziness, all those negative sides that seem to be in our blood since then? Secondly, I'm working with people, probably she's a doctor, so she's asking, could you recommend anything? How can I help people to understand the reason of their sicknesses or their diseases? I don't understand that their problems are caused by their thoughts, by such emotions as fear, as anger, etc. But could you possibly give some more explanation, more detailed explanation possibly, so that I would be able to help people better? And last is, dear Master, could you please recommend something? How can we improve memory, possibility of remembering? Thank you very much.
Now, through these questions, as this student had asked, let me answer for you and share with you my experience so you are able to learn and you can progress. In the case of your family, for the past few days I taught you in level 16, I mentioned including your family members, as they may not understand, but by the time they understand it, everything would be peaceful for you. And now as you have the special ability that the deities have given to you, that beside the fact that you can help your body to transform into energy to travel to space, you also have the ability to merge to those who cause problem to you. So you can help that person to change their mentality and understanding as you are learning to contribute to help other people to heal the sickness and suffering. That is the purpose of the School of UE. Hopefully, each step at a time, those who cause problem to you, once they recognize it, they will combine with you together, just like in the case of the son of this student, who's a doctor who agreed to learn. Once he learned, he recognized he can combine this with the medicine in order to help so many cases of people who are sick and helping them physically and mentally. Now, the human world, we don't want to make the same mistakes. The first person who teach you is me and all of you. The mistake of the past that caused us problem for the past 200,000 years, and this soul, they are no stranger. That is you, me, all of us. That's why we volunteer to go first, so that we can regain the latent abilities of 200,000 years ago in order to help the humankind, so we never make the same mistake of the past. That is a mission, mine and yours. So you can see everything I learned from the deities, as I can do it, I help you. Why? So in the future, you will be just like me, to help all the people, just like you are now today. That is the reason we won't make the same mistake. However, As you learn higher, as you have more understanding, then you will never make the same mistakes. Also, your energy also go on a new way, new changes, and you're helping others with the energy, with the new thinking. Then for sure, all those people that you help, they would not go back to the same mistake. Except for the case, as I explained for you for the past few days, you have the mission, and you have the infinite wealth from the deities, but you deny it. You do not accept it. You don't want to work together with your soul, and you also cause problem to other soul, so they could not develop, so they could not have enlightenment. Then for sure, your soul will leave to go to another body, will leave this body to go to another body to contribute to help. Now, if you are in the field of medicine, beside the fact that before you treat them by using your own method, you transfer energy. You transfer energy to all of the patients who come to you. Then you can treat them by using the medical technique, and each day you explain to them partially. Once they recognize it, then they would need you, and you can help them. Since now they do not fully know everything, and if totally you try to present everything lengthy, then for sure they would not be able to listen to you. So you explain to them that you are a physician, but you are really a doctor or a physician, but you also learn a complementary medicine called technique, so you're able to help others to heal faster. So you have the ability, you help the body to recover, and you can help their mind to be more stable. Do not talk about the soul that is merging to them, or the soul. They do not know about that concept. You only talk to them about two aspects: helping the body to recover and to help to stabilize their mind. That's all you need to explain to them. That is the lesson that you are learning, and you can help them to stabilize their mind. You also explain to them the reason we have less sickness and we have it's getting worse because you think too much, you work too much mentally. That caused the nerve in the brain to have stress. And with that mental stress, eventually it would cause sickness. Worriness, emotional, eventually would lead to sickness. So just explain to them like that within your field of expertise. And additionally, through your voice, you have the energy. Therefore, for those souls, they have the Bodhi seed, the seed of love. They would be able to receive fast. As you try to help them, they receive in their body and in their soul. You are able to help the soul to evolve, and you are able to help the body to recover. And that is all you need to explain to them. Now, in helping with your memory, I explain to you, as I know, in these 3 locations, including Australia, that will be the 9th location here, more or less. Many of you who are in the field of medicine and science, like for the past few days, I mentioned to you, our brain, we cannot do multi-function altogether. It would cause chaos. Now you are in a higher level, you may be able to do multitasking, meaning that beside the fact that you are working with your hand and feet, but in your mind, you are also working by the energy, by the frequencies, by the different dimension in space. So this thing you are able to help your brain to be stronger. Now, let's say you are forgetful because you think too much, you work too much with your mind. So let's say you are always forgetful. Then you try to do one thing at a time. For other thing, when you are free, when you choose a time when you are free, you can do others. In order to help your mind and your brain to regain its balance. So whenever you are free, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to any location. Then slowly in your mind, you are working faster, and you would be able to recover your memory. And slowly, you perhaps will be able to do several tasks at a time without the mental stress, with the condition that you always use universal energy, always use the frequency from outer space, always use the combined dimension in space to send into your brain so you are able to stabilize it. And with the elder people, you are always forgetful. You will be able to regain your memory, and you have your clear mind. That is one of the elders. You are able to establish your brain. If you know how to apply and change by using universal energy, using the combined frequency to send into your brain, and that is how you are able to achieve it. You will not just only achieve it for yourself, but you can help others to be just like you. That is the way you are able to transfer energy to those with mental problem, those with memory loss. For this, in the teaching of UE, you are able to help easily. Next question.
Здравия желаю и всем присутствующим на конференции. У меня два вопроса. Первый вопрос. Почему, когда уже сказал себе, что ты счастливый, счастье ломается как дом карточный? И второй вопрос. Когда наступает кризис возраста, и если он, а может жизнь полосатая, благодарю.
Dear Master, I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to welcome everyone and wish everyone health. My first question, why when we say that we are happy, this happiness seems to decompose, to break down as a house built from a deck of cards? And the second question, when do we have the crisis of age? Is there such a phenomenon indeed that at certain age we reach a crisis? Or if not, could we assume that maybe life is making stripes? One stripe is white, one stripe is black, meaning difficult, and then another white or easy and successful stripe come. Is there such a thing as a crisis of age, dear Master? Thank you.
Now, as you know, in the level 16, as I explained to you, all in the human world, when we talk about the humans, I don't know about the past, but for the past 200,000 years until now, the human brain has completely changed because it is divided into three parts. If our brain is disconnected into three parts, we only use 6%. For that reason, our primary brain has been blocked by the secondary brain that the scientists only just recently researched about 4 decades ago. So how can we have happiness? Only that 6%, that is the top people in the world can use 6% of the brain. These are the scientists. For ordinary people, perhaps we are only using 2, 3, or 4% of the brain. Then you're only based on all of the illusion. So how can you have the happiness, true happiness? In the illusion, there is no joy, no light. Only with the light, then you have the joy. In the darkness, there's always the sadness. But if you base on illusion, the darkness, how can you have happiness? So that's why everybody, you have sadness. For that reason, in the human world, happiness only lasts for only 5 minutes. Perhaps you can bury your whole life in the illusion, and for your whole life you suffer, and there's no happiness. Whether you are rich or poor, you're always unhappy. For the rich people, they may not have happiness, or the poor, because the rich or the poor, they all have the same sickness. The sickness of fear and worry. The rich, they worry about robbers. The poor, they worry about hunger. So they worry the same thing. But the poor, they can live in any situation in life. Perhaps they can live longer because they can adapt. But the rich, the wealthy, they're so used to the luxury lifestyle. In the poor condition, they may die. And they suffer more than the poor. If the wealthy people know how to use universal energy, if the wealthy people know how to develop on a spiritual path, then they may have everything materially and spiritually. But how many can do it? Very rare. So we need to completely change. The first who change and restructure so that they can change being wealthy, and they are able to develop on a spiritual path, to research on science, and also to help them to research on spirituality. For those who are powerful, that they can apply in spirituality so that benefit for the people, the religion, but not for me. That is a way that I contribute very importantly for the whole world, for the humanity, for the past 6 months. In the nearest, that almost a month until now. I tell you the truth. As I have learned, as I do it, I train you so you can learn and do it just like me. I hope that in July, with more or less 1,000 of you, I would teach you in a high level. So you and me, we combine together, hold hands to help 5 continents, not just to help only any person or country, but for the whole 5 continents. That is the wish of the humankind, that the deities have sent the high soul down here to contribute. As we volunteer to do it first, that is you and me, no strangers. This is how I want to share with you, so that we can regain back the freedom and happiness, and that in our brain we can use more percentage, not only just 6%. Whether you are a scientist or you are an ordinary person, more or less, your brain, you would use more percentage, more than 6%, or even higher. Only in that way we can truly have happiness, and the joy and the light come to you, then you can have happiness. We volunteer to do it first. Why we volunteer to do it first? Because how many people who learn? Only 2 million students. How many people among that can learn to the high level? Only a few thousand, not more or less. 5,000-10,000, not more. All of you, the level 16, I calculate perhaps only 5,000 of you. So with 5,000 to meet the demands of 2 million students in 6 billion in the world population, perhaps I would train 1,000 of you in the level 20. Why? So 1,000 of you in level 20, then they can merge to 6 billion people. In that 1,000 who can merge to 6 billion people in 5 continents, that is how I want to share with you. It is not for me. It is not for just the UE school, not for you, but for your country, your people, your religion, for the communities in the world. That you and me, we're all volunteer to do it first, to contribute, so that we can reduce the human suffering and we'll have true happiness. The happiness in the light of joy that God had given to us. Only in that way, the humans, you can feel calm and have true freedom and to lead a life to help people. That is, the human can help the human. With the condition that you are happy, you have the light of joy with you, then you would help others. If you are sad and you are suffering, then you can even take care of yourself. Then how can you help the second person? Not to mention to help your family or your country. You yourself, you cannot even take care of your own. Then don't talk about helping the second person or more. That is the purpose of UE School that has been established for the past 18 years. After my 34 years of learning and 18 years of my teaching, that is the purpose of UE School that the deities had arranged, that I can carry out through my journey of 34 years, learning and guiding all of you in all 5 continents. Now, as you can see, the crisis is going through a cycle. As for many of you, there are 2 factors that cause you to have the crisis. First, mental stress due to overwork. That may cause you to have the crisis when the total breakdown of the nervous system. Or, secondly, when you have a lot of worries. When you work too much, you will take care of in society. If you worry too much, sometimes you are worried about many things that are not necessary, that weaken yourself, that will lead to memory loss, that will lead to the point that perhaps you may have Alzheimer. And additionally, with all the food that you're eating, it's not appropriate, then all of these factors, how can your body, physical body, handle it? Not to mention, in the case of wars, that in the past, as you were in the case of war, when you see you have many of these flashbacks and that cause you to have fear. So in the teaching of EV, you are able to clear the painful past. You only know the present and the future for yourself and for others. You are able to erase it by the formulas that I have taught you, by the formulas that you are able to apply, by the formulas as I transfer energy to you. Then everything would be peaceful for you. Just like this question from the student, you want to help people, you can. You transfer energy, you explain to them, you merge with them. This is something you can do. If you want to change their mind, you can. Recently, at 11 o'clock or quarter until 11, you and me practice to travel outer space, to transfer energy. And I hope that in this meeting, important meeting in Europe, there will be changes. The changes in a positive way, so that everybody would agree. This is a good part. We are able to help to change. It is not for ourselves, not for you, but for the whole Europe. And it would link to other continents. When the constitution in Europe had been formed, not for me, not for you, not for UE school, but it is for the whole benefit. And with that, our energy is very powerful. Perhaps we can change the environment with the 27 country meeting in Brussels. Remember, this is not for me or for you, but for the whole world in general, or for the community in Europe particularly. So tomorrow, for sure, we will see the happiness as a result of the 27 country meeting in Brussels to bring the joy to Europe. As you are the members in Europe, perhaps you will be more happy than me. Is it right? You try to wait until tomorrow, and through the questions and my answers, that is to contribute for you as a means, so you learn and you apply to evolve to help yourself and others. Now go on, next question.
Дорогой мастер, есть такой вопрос, пожалуйста, ответьте на него. Когда мы передаем человеку энергию, это похоже на то, что мы голодному даем покушать рыбку. Хотелось бы передать этому человеку удочку и научить его ловить рыбу самому, чтобы он был самостоятельным. И вроде бы человек соглашается, когда ему предлагаю, когда ему говорю о том, что ты можешь получить божественные способности, вроде бы человек соглашается. Но когда я говорю, что тебе нужно поехать в другой город, тебе нужно платить деньги за семинар, тебе нужно какие-то усилия к этому приложить, человек отказывается. Человек начинает сомневаться, человек начинает пугаться, и он отказывается. Хотелось бы иметь такую способность, чтобы передавать эти божественные способности непосредственно, пока человек не передумал. Что вы можете посоветовать по этому поводу, мастер? Спасибо.
Dear Master, in a way, transferring energy is like giving fish to the hungry. However, I would like to be able not to give a fish to a hungry, but to provide a chance to give a fishing line and teach a person to fish for himself. And that would make, because this would make people, a person self-sufficient. I observed the following phenomena, that when I explain a person that, well, yes, you can learn transfer energy to yourself and you can be helping yourself, they seem to agree. They seem to agree to learn and do that. But when I when I tell them that to do this, they would need to go to another city to attend seminar, to pay money for that, to make certain efforts, doubts and fears come in and people refuse. So if possible, I'd like to find a way how could I transfer this wonderful capability of transferring energy to others and to himself directly before a person changes his or her mind and refuses. Could you please advise something? What can be done?
Before I answer the answer from this student in Russia, I want to update the question. As you mentioned, at a certain age, you perhaps can change the life as I guide you in the human society, tradition, culture, family, society that might cause you to have crisis in your own body. Then in also the sexual organs for the man or the woman, man and woman at the age for the woman with the menopause, you go through the changes. If you know how, meaning the way that you can use universal energy, as you have universal energy, you can transfer energy to help all of the symptoms. Like in the case of menopause, it might cause emotional, so everything will be stabilized for your body, physical body. This is something you can do. This is something you can contribute to help, let's say in the case of the elderly, the male or the female, in the case of sexuality, perhaps you can help to change. That is how I want to update on that first part of the question about the crisis at the age. Now I answer the next question for you. You don't have to give them the fishing pole. You just let them eat the fish. You transfer energy to them. You don't even need to explain that for them to learn anything, because that level of the soul, they are so low. No matter how you explain, they don't listen to you. Now it is not that because of your love you help them. You just give them the fish. They can keep on eating the fish. Once they are used to the fish, they have to try to work hard to earn to eat the fish. My point here is each day you treat them, each day you transfer energy to them. That energy of love that you transfer into their soul, and their soul feel that good energy, and it is their soul will guide the body to come to learn the level 3 to have the chakra open 100%. At that time, you don't have to worry. You don't need them to learn up to level 14, 15, or 7 special. You don't need to. They only need to have the chakra open 100%. Then it is the soul of that person has been combined with the soul of the deities, and I'm in the medium right here. Each time when there's a chakra or opening or the transfer energy at level 4, I transfer energy, I merge, and I help the soul to evolve higher. And as the soul evolve higher, it will be able to drive the body. The body will have to listen. Even at that time, you tell them not to learn the level 13, they would come to learn the level 18. Because of your love, you try to help them. It is not for your own personal interest, but it is for the benefit of the soul of that person. The soul from the level 3, you help them, and it would guide them to learn up to level 18 and 19. Perhaps they may learn later than you, but they learn higher than you. This happened a lot in EV school. So advice for you, you don't even need to give them the fishing pole. If you give them the fishing pole, you force them to go fishing, just give them to eat, just like you give them a drug, and they are addicted. Then once they are addicted, then they have to find the money to if they have the energy, and when they are addicted to the energy, then they have to go to learn. They learn for their benefit, for their family, for their own soul, for the soul of their ancestor, not for you. So automatically they come to learn. You don't even have to spend any effort. You don't have to say this, explain this and that to them, because you transfer energy to them, and when you tell them, they learn. So they can learn in the local area, level 3, 4, and 5. Once they receive the energy, and nobody can stop them, even not their husband or their wife. At that time, they would go straight all the way to Europe to learn. They don't even learn in Europe or in Russia. So they travel, and as they also can learn, and also they can find their mate. So for sure, they will really want to learn. That is how I explain for you. In your sincere heart, you want to help, and with your sincere heart, you want to help these people, then for sure, they would follow your sincere heart to carry out, to help their own soul, to help the soul of their family members. Then they will be successful. You don't have to worry about that. Next question. Now we go to the next country.
Germany.
Hello, Master. It is very nice that I can see you again. I'm greeting you and your lovely wife. So now I have another question. A friend of mine, you know exactly who it is, was living during the time of Jesus Christ, and he was his first follower, and the first follower of Jesus' new religion. And he participated in the crucifixion of Jesus. And at that moment, when Jesus was no more in his grave, this friend of mine was taken into prison from the Romans at that time, and he was tortured as long as he refused his belief. So now this is the reason why in this life it is much, much more difficult for him. And according to it is called Palm Blood Bible. I really do not know how to translate the Palm Blood Bible. Okay. And how can this happen when we know that there is no karma? Can you please give me an answer on this? This is the first question. And the second question, where do on this earth all these many, many people go to who are missed? Where do all the missing people go to who are missed on this earth? So now the third question, the person wants to know when the Vatican is going to tell the truth about Jesus. And the fourth question is, can you please give us some more information about the mountain Shashla in the USA and about all the beings living in this mountain Sasha? Can you please explain more on the subject? Thank you, Master.
Where is that mountain?
The mountain seemed to be in the USA, so
okay,
the mountain is called Sashla. Okay. Mount Shasta, yes. Okay.
Now let me share with you. As you know, in the Bible, had explained, I just based on the Bible, not my own scriptures. The Bible mentioned that there is no reincarnation. Then how do you base that? You mentioned that you are the first disciple of Jesus Christ. Then you are not a Catholic. If you are Catholic, then there is no reincarnation. Is that right? That is according to the Bible, the New Testament. So, as you see, like Master Dang right here, through the journey, through the path, as I learned after 34 years of learning and 18 years of teaching, even right now, the Soul Master Dang, I do not even know my identity. I do not know who it was. I only know the soul that the deity has sent down here to merge into the body of Master Dang, to contribute, to help all the people on earth who are linked by faith to the Soul Master Dang. And everything, all the difficulties that you face is not equal to the difficulty that Master Dang has faced. But with the knowledge that I learned, the more difficulty, the more challenge, the more trial, that would be the precious lesson the deity had given to train us. But the deities also help us to overcome all of the challenge. Then we would be able to have the sufficient ability. Then you would see through all the challenge and the trials, you would be able to help those who fall into the same trial or challenges. That as you have overcome, you are able to help them. If you learn and you try to develop on a spiritual path, and if it is so smooth, then you cannot help anyone. You keep on meeting all the good people smooth, then you would fail when you see people who are very evil or bad, then you would die instantly. For that reason, the deity want to train you to become you need to become sufficient. You need to learn all from A to Z. You learn from the lowest to the highest in every circumstance, in all of the social issues you have to face. Why? So when you see any of these circumstances, you are able to help. This is you are very fortunate that you see many trials or difficulties that I want to explain for you until now today. All of these difficulties, as you are able to overcome, so you can come into the level 18. Jesus had given to you the blessing. God had given to you the blessing, so that you can merge with Master Dan, so you have the chance to travel out to space, that you are close to the deities, and you return back to earth to merge to other people, to help other souls to evolve. It never happened in the human world for the past 200,000 years until now. You can see you have overcome all the problems. Now you are learning. With all the problems and difficulties that you face, now you are able to put into practice. You do it because the challenge that you had faced in the past, so that in the future you help these people so they don't have the problem that you had faced in the past. I explain like this, then suddenly this student, you feel at ease. That is the reality. Now, in those the people who die or missing, if they're missing, they're still on earth. If they die, their soul, as I mentioned to you, they go beyond the gate of death. The soul, just like the body, the material as well as the spiritual hierarchy, they are similar. So they have to do it accordingly to their level. If you don't listen in the human world, if you violate the law, then you will be punished in the invisible world in the same way. If they violate, then the high being will discipline them. It will be similar. That is how I want to say in the case of ordinary soul. But for the higher soul, that will be different. For the higher soul out in space, that will be different. They're all the same. So we cannot tell whether the soul is fortunate that they go far away, or they are in the medium or the low level. We cannot tell. Sometimes that person is missing and died, and the mission of that person, as God had given and they finished their mission, they could return to deities easily because they had complete the mission. However, if the soul of all the living creatures who become the human, they have to wait for a long time to be able to reincarnate in a human stage in order to continue to learn. That is how I analyze clearly for you, so you understand the spiritual world among the living as well as the soul of those who died. Now, as you know, at the present time, everything that the Vatican had published in the Old and New Testament, you just read. For the past few days, as I mentioned, I showed you the clear evidence in the documents. In the recent decades, as I travel to Europe and in France particularly, each time when I go to France, if I have the time, I always come to visit Lourdes in south of France. That a number of you who are Catholics, you know that in Lourdes in south of France, there is the apparition of the Virgin Mary, that I often come there to pray, and I also receive the energy from the Virgin Mary to warn me when I come to pray to the Virgin Mary. Even though I'm not a Catholic, but I will always believe in the Virgin Mary. And with the message from the Virgin Mary starting from the year 1917, now it's almost 90 years, and the message had been published more or less. I do not know, but in the message that has been translated into many languages, because in south of France there are many people, from many countries who come there. So in the museum in Lourdes, they had shown the story of the apparition of the Virgin Mary and also the message of the Virgin Mary to the whole world. I have read the messages. The Virgin Mary, she feels sad. She sent the message that all the humans, they do not listen to her, including the religious people. They do not listen to the deities. That is written in the text, clearly in the text. But everything had been settled, like I had mentioned to you. Now in the museum, in the archive, when they store so many documents for 2,000 years, there are so many people who go into that library of archive in the 20th century. I know that person is not Catholic, but I don't know for what reason that person is admitted, as the Vatican allowed that person to go into that secret archive library to research about the document, the messages and the scriptures, and they have changed so many times. 30 years ago it was different, 30 years later it had changed different. We don't know what are the changes. So for that reason, they have the Old and then change to New Testament. Now, the message of the Virgin Mary for the whole world, but nobody listened to her. So there's nothing she can do. Just like Master Dang is teaching you, I remind you, but you don't listen to me, then there's nothing I can do, because you are not close to me. Including if you are close to me, if you don't listen to me, there's nothing I can do, because that is a freedom of choice for the student. I cannot force you. But my mission as a master, you ask, I give you my opinion. Whether you do it, it is up to you. That is how I share with you. And how do you know what is the truth? You never know the truth, because they've been changing, starting from 1917 until now, 2007, exactly 90 years. There are so many changes through time and space. So it is difficult to know what is real, what is fake. As I'm teaching you for the past few days, all of the poems, prophecies, as you read, as they're left behind, it is not linked, connected together. The first paragraph may link to the last part, and then the middle part linked to the first part. So you are not able to decipher the important part that the prophets have written, to see who can decipher. Those who can decipher, that means you have to read by the energy. If you read just by your naked eyes, then for sure you would not be able to know. You can see 3 centuries ago, 6 centuries ago, I'm talking about my country. They wrote not in Vietnamese, not in the Latin text. And it was just like the Chinese text. And there's so many time of changes. Just like in Vietnam at the present time, only the Vietnamese text. M-A, Ma is meaning a ghost. And if you don't know and you put in an accent, so with an accent, it may sound like mother, or another accent, it may sound like grass, and or another one, it might sound like a grave. So one word with 4 meanings. So if that document sent to you without the accent, do you know whether it is the meaning? You are not able to decipher the meaning. Right now in my country, we are using the text. So abroad, for sure, you will not be able to decipher the meaning. I'm a Vietnamese, and sometimes when I read the letter, I don't even know understanding and so how can you? So the Prophet 600 years ago left behind. If you translate, how can you correctly decipher? Now the Virgin Mary left the message many years at the time originally. In what language? Who write? Is it correct when they write it? Nobody knows. So it's so difficult. That is a secret. It is very difficult to know. So no matter how they say it is wrong, so as we don't know, so no matter how we say it's wrong, 90 years, as you know, 90 years, that is the message of the Virgin Mary had been sent in 1917. You know, the time is so long. How do we know what she said? Once they write in the poem or the text, I don't know if they are correct or not. Whether they are correct, more or less, they change. If she send the message like this, and they send to the world like this, and nobody change, then Mary over there, she has nothing. She cannot do anything. That is how I explain to you like that. I don't want to say much. I just share with you with my understanding. This is the means for us to think and understand ourselves. I don't want to elaborate further. And you ask about that mountain. I don't know. I don't even know what mountain is. That mountain. More or less, you have to say that mountain. What is the meaning, or what is the geographic significance of that mountain? You just say that mountain in California. In California, there's so many mountains. I have never known that mountain. So how can I answer? So if you want to know, you need to give me more specific, like what are the guardian in that mountain, or what are the effect of that mountain, or is anything happening in that mountain. If you ask me if I know about that mountain, I know. I don't know that mountain. You ask me if I know, I said no, because I do not know that mountain. So how can I answer? So supposedly you say that over there is a living Buddha or a saint or angel there. Is it right? Then I can use my energy and my soul. I can come there and I can see if there is a being there. But my soul go there. I don't know. I only see rocks in that mountain and the trees on that mountain, and that's all I can see. So if you want to understand further, if you want me to give the answer, you have to give more specifics about that mountain. What is the purpose? What is the phenomenon in that mountain? When you ask me, then I would see through to see if this phenomenon or the guardian are there or not, and I can answer. But if you ask me that mountain, if I know that mountain with that mountain in California, and I answer no, and that's all. So what else I can say? Dạ con phải dịch lại thưa thầy. Dạ. First of all, I would like to send my greeting to you, Master, and to Teresa, and I pray that you have all the blessing so that you always have the peace and continue on to teach us. And I also want to thank Ralph to organize the class to give us the chance to learn, as well as I send my greetings to all of my friends who are here in this level 18. In fact, I do not really have a question. I'll just make an excuse to come up because I really miss the Master. I would like to speak to the Master. For a long time, I haven't seen the Master. So now, as you mentioned that as we come to the level 18, we will have the change and there is a new soul that comes to us. As we know that the former soul had been with our body, and in many of us, we are not perfect. We may have a lot of mistakes. Like in myself, I'm the one who always talk a lot. For my wife, she said that even when I'm sleeping, that is the only time that I stop talking. So I talk a lot. Now, as you mentioned that with my new soul, there's a new soul come, there's a new soul would help me to talk more or less. I do not know. But I would like to ask you, with my former soul, can I know where it will go? Because in my 51 years, this soul has been with me for a long time, so now as it leaves, I may miss it. So I would like to know where it will end up. So that is my question to you, Master. Dạ xong rồi thưa thầy. Now I understand for this student, a Vietnamese student, I remember that he had followed me 15 years ago. He learned 15 years ago from America. But through the presentation and the question from this student, I will give you the means so you are able to learn and progress. For the past few days, as I mentioned to you, each time when you go to another level, then the higher level, then your former, the higher soul come to you to guide you until now today. Now, as you are in the level 18, as the soul in the level 16 and 18 that will leave your body, they will go to another body to help that body in the lower one, because your body now, as the higher soul that come, and that higher soul will guide your body, so you will have more wisdom and knowledge to be able to help other people. However, with your body, from the past until now, you are used to that. As you will live through the life of happiness, sadness, as this student mentioned that he talked more or less, but depending on each case, it will go through the changes. In the past, perhaps you talk a lot, but now when the new soul, the higher soul, that guide your body, you have more ability, you have more knowledge, perhaps you reduce that. However, it doesn't mean that altogether that each day you talk like 10 hours and suddenly tell you to stop, and 10 hours and then you stop, you talk only 2 hours, that will be difficult. So like each day you talk for 10 hours, you slowly reduce. Let's say you talk 9 hours and then 8 hours and 7 hours. This will mean that a new soul come and force you to stop talking, only talk only 2 hours. Only that way you feel anger and then you get sick, and the soul knows, do not let you get sick. So instead of talking 10 and then you talk 9, and next month you talk 8, and eventually you talk 2, and then eventually you don't even talk anymore because you talk too much, you feel tired. So suddenly you stop. At that time your wife wants you to talk, you don't even talk because you're so tired. So when it is needed, then you talk, because you will be busy in many ways, because the body has been controlled by the soul to do many things, so you don't have the free time to talk. So in summary, whether your personality, slowly it goes through the changes. So your body, slowly you have more wisdom. It doesn't mean that you are forced to stop everything. That is how I explain for you. This student, he wished to share, to contribute as an answer, and also wish to see me, to talk to me. That is after more than 10 years I haven't seen, and as I see this student, I taught him 15 years ago when he came to America to learn. In a recent level, as you learn in a local area in Europe or in Germany, that for the past 15 years, this is the first time I see this student again. When I see him going to the class, I know his name. And I remember that. I don't know if this student who are working in a restaurant or not, I know that I remember that you are working in a restaurant. I know Mr. Hum here, I remember that in the past, he said he doesn't have money, he to go to America to learn, and he asked me for more help. And when he came, he said that he's the owner of the restaurant. My God, he owned a restaurant. He said he doesn't have any money to go to America to learn. That was a long time ago. I remember there's a Mr. Hum from Germany. He said he doesn't have money, but he's the owner of a restaurant. My God. Yeah. I said, no, you own a restaurant, and how come you don't have money? But he said that the restaurant is not doing well. I don't know if you can listen to my explanation or not. Perhaps you are listening to the translation in German. So that is my conversation with the student as a means for you to learn. And my student and me. Now go on, next question.
Is it Holland's turn?
Yes.
Ja? En goed dit jaar.
Goedenavond, Mr. Dang.
Good evening, Master Dang.
Ik wil u namens mijn collega's hier.
On behalf of my colleagues here, I'd like to thank you, Master.
Ook Dick en Berber.
And I thank Dick and Berber
Dat we hier
that we can study here in Holland this seminar.
Mijn vraag.
My question is,
in mijn land.
In my country.
In Indonesië.
In Indonesia.
Is in 2006.
In 2006.
Een ramp ontstaan.
There was a disaster.
Volgens zeggen is het een onderaardse gasbel.
They said it was a big bubble of gas that, and it was an eruption of mud.
En dat heeft al 4 à 5 dorpen
and it has destroyed 4 or 5 villages that were covered with mud. Now, my question is, how can we send energy so that so that we can close this hole from which the eruption is coming from deep below? Because the poor people in that region, they suffer a lot from this. And I feel a lot of pity. Thank you, Master. So I understand there is an eruption of mud and it is continuing and has covered already several villages, and in fact she asked, how can we stop this?
Yeah. Now let me explain for you. There are 2 aspects. It is difficult to know. In the past, we are not able to help, but now you can. In the case of the eruption, like a volcano eruption, they thought that it is these natural disasters, but in fact, in 1995, I had a chance to go to South America, to Chile. I go to a region in south of Chile. There is a lake that in the past it was in the ocean. When the volcano erupted, that now it makes a lake that is a bottomless lake, and the depth could be from the water level, when you measure down, it could be the depth maybe 300 meters, and there is a place even 10,000 meters. It's not even reach the bottom. And the people in the nearby region, once in a while they see a light beam from underneath that volcano, the light beam that shine up to space. Nobody would know. And that is one of the volcano. As I'm not a scientist, as I share with you, the technique in science at the moment, the scientists, they are very clever. We don't know. Let's say, for example, this is a volcano. If the scientists, they are so clever, and right underneath the volcano, they can use it to, and they shoot a missile that is they are able to completely wipe out the volcano, and they use that as an insulation. In that case, when they use that as an insulation cave, then they use it right underneath the volcano. That is the human that are doing it. It's not the natural disaster. It is a human that caused it. So we cannot help in that case. Now, if you are afraid in the case of the eruption of this mud, for those in Indonesia, or for those of you who have a chance, each of you, when you are in level 19, you receive a light of God's aura 2 seconds, and send 3 seconds, 9 times to that location constantly, so that you can solve the problem with this eruption of these muds. This is something you can do. For all of you, the level 19, for those of you in level 18, particularly for those of you who are in Indonesia, you know exactly the location of that area. Then each time when you practice, you transfer energy to that mountain, to that area, so they don't have the eruption of this mud that cause a problem to the neighboring people, especially the poor. This is something you can do. You can try it. That is, as I travel everywhere, as I stop by South America, I know perhaps they are researching inside that mountain, whether they explore inside that mountain or research inside the mountain. It's so difficult to know. Who knows? That volcano, as it is through the eruption, they block it. So now in the south of Chile, they have a very large lake. That is about 12 years ago. I had a chance to go to Chile as I came there to teach. That is how I want to share with you through the presentation of this student from Holland who came from Indonesia. Hopefully you have a chance to learn to a higher level. You are able to help that area so they don't have this eruption with all this mud that cause problem to the people around who are the poor. Now go on, next question.
Graag luid.
Dag meester Dang.
Hello Master Dang.
Ik wil eerst zeggen dat u
First, I like to say
allercharmantst kunt zwaaien.
That you can wave very charming to us.
En ik heb 2 vragen.
I have 2 questions.
Het is mijn overtuiging dat
It is my conviction that
mannen en vrouwen gelijk zijn.
Men and women are equal.
Tenminste, gelukkig niet helemaal.
Not totally, luckily, but at least they are equal.
Maar het valt mij op dat
I notice
dat bij veel UE-cursussen
that in many UE seminars
de vrouwen veruit
we
in de
see
meerderheid
that women are the majority of the students.
Aan de andere kant,
on the other hand,
veel spirituele leiders,
many spiritual leaders in the world,
zelf ook,
like you,
zijn man.
Are men.
Dat zou je bijna doen denken dat God toch ook een man is.
You almost start to think that God must be a man.
Kunt u daar iets over zeggen?
Can you please tell us more about this?
En de tweede vraag.
The second question is.
Er zijn een hoop mensen, waaronder ik zelf ook.
There are many people, I am one of them.
Die dan zondag 18 hebben.
Who will finish this level 18 on Sunday.
En graag naar 20 willen.
And like to go to level 20.
Maar nog 1 nummertje missen.
But we miss one seminar.
En misschien kunt u wel.
Maybe, Master, is it possible to teach a short level 19?
Yeah, in between.
Somewhere in between.
Dank u wel.
Thank you, Master.
Now, as you asked, in many of the previous seminars, you often mention that most of the religious leaders are all male, not female. In fact, that is true. But at any time until now, nobody mentioned. So for that reason, I remember in 1994, when in 1991, when I returned back from Egypt, I have taught a number of you from 5 continents who came to America to learn UE in the lower levels, level 3, 4, or 5. I mentioned that in the future, the human world will go through the changes. The leaders will be women, not men. Then 15 years later, we have seen many of the world leaders, a number of them who are women. I hope that in the future, in the 21st century, there are changes. Eventually, the religious leader in the past were men, and then later on will be a woman. Because when I train you, you go to the class, even though the lower to or the higher levels, like this student who had seen, in fact, that perhaps 70% of the UE students are women and 30% are the male in most of the seminars, from the lower to the high levels. That is perhaps this time the deities want to prove the abilities as the soul can merge into anybody, and they would be able to carry out regardless of male or female, because they have the ability. Once you have the ability, as your body can transform into energy, it is neither man or woman. And the body and the soul, as your soul is transformed into energy together with your soul, you can merge into the body or the man, it is the same. As you go to a location of a disaster area, nobody would know whether you are man or woman because you are going as a soul. And all the soul in that area of disaster will greet you or your soul easily. And your soul can help all of these souls with the mission in that disaster area in order to help the people in the physical form so they are able to stabilize their health easily. That is the point of changes in the new human. But the old concept of the 25th century until now, according to the legend, we do not know whether it's right or wrong. Buddha was a man. When he can see that in the future, if he allowed the woman in the religious order, it will be difficult for the man to follow. Buddha had known, but Buddha was also a human being. Even though he has the ability, he teach the human, but then he also is tied by tradition, culture, family. This family factor is the one that blocked him. Why? Because his mother died. The one who, his aunt, was the one who raised him. Without his aunt raising him, that he would not become the Buddha. Therefore, because of that effort, so he had to agree to let his aunt to follow the spiritual path. From then until now, in the Buddhist, they allow the woman in the religious temple. As I went to Thailand, there are many male religious one, a small number of the female in the religious order. As you can see, like in the cycle of 25th century, after Buddha, and Buddha cannot surpass the family factor. So, in the future, man and woman, as they transform into energy, they're all the same. That is the energy of the soul. It is neither man or woman. And the soul can merge whether the body of the man or woman, that would be the new cycle of the new humans. As you can see, I trained you in the class. There are men and women, and the number of women are majority. But I teach you one formula. There's no second formula. The same technique of practice. So the man can travel out to space, and the woman can also travel to space. Why? So that the soul of the man and the soul of the woman, they combine together in the body of the man or the woman. They hold hands to help mankind, so that they can change into new humans in the future of the 21st century and beyond. And now, as you see, we don't have enough time. We have only more or less a month to prepare. And my purpose of teaching you the level 19, I want you to learn to practice, because the level 19 is very important, because you are able to merge with the living and the dead, to merge to 3%. You can merge into the inanimate object and the antenna model. So I cannot teach you in a short session. We don't have enough time to teach. I teach you so you can have the time to practice. From the beginning of the year until now, I only have 2 sessions, one in Melbourne, the second one recently. I taught to Holland and Thailand, the 2 sessions, more or less. As I see, we have about 1,500 students, no more or less. And I do not hope that out of 1,400, but at the moment, perhaps we have about 1,000 of you. So perhaps 60-70% of you who learn. Now, in August, I will have the level 19 for South America. You learn and you can apply for several months, and I can try to arrange. And in the following months, perhaps I will organize to let you have another level 20, so you can learn a level 20, so you can do it right away. Now, in level 19, you need to apply and experiment, so you can see the result. If you learn and rush, you go in, it would not be so effective. I want to train you in level 20. You need to really have the ability. You don't learn in a short session, but you have to learn in a long period of days and to apply for a long time. It is not like this, level 16, 17, 18, I let you practice only for 7 days. So basically you just apply for almost 2 weeks, and then you can apply the technique of level 18. But for level 19, you cannot do it. You have to practice for a long period of time, then you would be able to come to level 20 including my family members. They want me to learn, teach the lower level I can, but the higher level I want to teach them, clarify for them. Then you would be able to come to level 20. I want to really help, but I cannot. Not to rush like this, it's rather than you're not learning, because if you rush, you're not able to help anyone. Now you are not used to merging. Now if you really try to merge collectively, how can you do it? So that is the reason. One of my students who want to merge, I tell you, you only merge 3% a day, and that person merged 30% a day after 10 days. Cannot handle it. That person did not die, but since you don't have the ability, without the ability, unintentionally, you want to help a lot of people, but intentionally you try to help all these people, you're not able to help them effectively, and also damaging your body, then there's no benefit. So, if it is in your destiny, try your best. In August, I have a connection to all of you in South America. I'll teach you 5 days level 19, and you can attend. And then at several moments in the future, if I can organize, then I will organize a level 20 to have a connection for you to learn less cost. And you can say in your own location, you can learn the level 20. At that time, you would be able to apply more effectively. Next question.
Iran?
Read the question in Farsi first, and then I'm going to say it in English, okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
دو تا سوال داریم، یکی از خانم راهله شابوریان و یکی از نمیدونم خانم یا آقای یاوریان. سوال به این صورت است: آیا واقعا هدف کلی از این خلقت رسیدن به کمال است؟ این مال خانم راهله شابوریان. آیا ارواح در هر کشوری وارد جسم مردمان همان کشور میشوند؟ این هم سوال بعدی از خانم یاوریان یا آقای یاوریان.
Okay, the question, two questions. Dear Master, is reaching enlightenment and perfection the general purpose of creation? And the second question, are the souls in each country are reserved for the people in the same country? Which means that when you say that souls enter different bodies, are these souls from that region and that area, or souls from different regions and different areas can enter different bodies and different regions of different areas? Thank you.
Now, the purpose of the teaching of UE, as we want to contribute, to share, to help all of you to have wisdom and enlightenment. Wisdom here, I want to explain to you one more time. Wisdom here meaning that you have the knowledge, full knowledge, that you're able to do right, not wrong. Does it mean that wisdom is intelligent? It's not that. Intelligent, you may not know everything. Intelligent, you may be an expert in your one field, but not in all. I want you to have the wisdom, the knowledge of everything, so you are able to help accordingly. You love to help, not love to harm. You love to help. It's not that unintentionally or without knowledge you love and you harm them. That is the reason I want to share with you that in the teaching of UE, it is to remind, because our soul already have it. Our body doesn't have the knowledge, just like the soul, because the soul is so high. That is how I share with you. As you are the soul has been sent from high down. If the soul from low to high, then you know they're not us. In region A, you may not be in region A. You may go to region B or C. It doesn't mean that in region A and you reincarnate in region A. You can, if your soul, you have the ability or not. If God allowed you or not. Like for the past few days, as a student had asked, that student thinks that his mother died and reincarnate as the child inside the family. That is the wish of this student. But it is not the decision of the soul of his mother. The decision is up to the deities. Now, in the future, as you go to the higher levels, as you're preparing for a new body, to merge into a new body, to borrow a new body, to act, then your soul merge with my soul and the soul of God. Then it is God who decides, and then you can do it, and you can prepare. When at your old age, when you are weakened, you choose another new body, whether it is your relative or people, or strangers, if you wish, and then the body died, or whether the body is buried or cremated, the soul will go to that new body, the life of this person. And as you reincarnate, you are able to help. When you are alive, you are able to merge to the living people, and you are able to merge to the dead person, and you are able to help the soul from the Shaka 3 up to evolve, Sun for sure, of another normal soul you are able to help. As you borrow and you are repaying them fairly, meaning you are borrowing the body, you are able to help that soul to evolve faster because your soul has the ability. Then you are able to do this. It doesn't mean that I give it to you. It doesn't mean that you can do it. It is God who gave to me and I let you. It doesn't mean it belongs to me. That is the reason I want to share with you, so you can understand. It doesn't mean that after you die, if you live in this town or in this continent and you stay here. No, it is the deities who take care of this. And as I mentioned to you about the south of Chile, yesterday, my student who just showed me one of the latest news from yesterday, that in the south of Chile, there's one of large lake, and from the underground, it seems it dry up the whole lake. If you check on the internet, now we show you in the south of Chile, one of the lake full of water, and there is a shift in the underground. Suddenly, it dry up the whole lake. You can see on the image that is yesterday in the south of Chile. On the left, you can see the lake full of water, and on the right, and suddenly now it's all dried up. That was yesterday. So perhaps over here, Donas will send you the link. So you can see, as I'm talking about the lake in Chile, and there is one of the situation that the scientists thought that on Earth, in the center of the Earth, because of the high temperature, that might melt all of the metals, mineral. I hope that the Earth is preparing through the changes. So the deities had given to us one of the special ability, so we are able to solve. For that reason, perhaps we are preparing for the decade of 21st century. All over the world, there will be changes only in 24 hours. And there will be a clear change in south of Chile, as you can see on the image. That is one of the strange phenomena that is happening. It is not an illusion. So it is difficult to know. As I teach you in level 6, in December 1996 in Thailand, the first level 6, I mentioned that in the future, who knows, Australia right here will be divided into 3 parts. Because of the geographic change, it might divide into 3 parts. Recently, I had explained to you about the 5 ocean. We only have the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, and the other 3 will turn into the desert. We have more landmass, less water. We only have 2 oceans, the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. And these 2 oceans perhaps will have the drinking water, and we have lack of salt water. So whether it is the cycle of this decade or next decade, all the 5 oceans will change. So all the humans will go through the changes. Going through that change, the change in the universe and the change on Earth, then how can the human handle it? That is the reason the deities let you to merge collectively, to help the dead people, to revive them. When the dead people, after 2 or 3 days, you can revive them, then you can see all the prophets in Vietnam had warned many centuries ago. That is the change of the body and the soul. From a medical perspective, at the moment after death, only after 24 hours, then the whole body will be damaged. And now, as you have the ability, you can send another soul in to protect the body. That would be the change of the body and the soul. So the deities had revealed to me, tell me to practice, so that my skin or the skin of the level 20 student go through the change. I don't have the chance to do it. So now, as I continue to learn, I try to teach you. This is one of the phenomena in south of Chile to prove, perhaps in the near future, all of the ocean, suddenly the water will be drawn underground, or the landmass that move, they would lose the salt water, and we only have the two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, with the drinking water. We will have enough drinking water. At that time, we have to find the mineral on a minefield to find salt, to use salt, because all the water will be drinking water. So it would erase all of the oceans. All the toxic in the ocean will be clean, because all of landmass going through the geographic change. It will be just like the 3 times of the Great Flood, as the scientists had researched. The first time 1 million years ago, the second time 200,000 years ago, and the third time 80,000 years ago. 3 cycles. Who knows, in this cycle, we are fortunate that the deities give us the lesson as we learn so high, so we are able to solve, so we can contribute to help the living as well as helping the dead to revive them, so to help the soul with wisdom and enlightenment. And the mission and the volunteer, that is you and me, who learn from the deities to contribute to help mankind. As I'm teaching you the level 16 and 17, we just finished level 17 yesterday. One of the phenomena that really happened in south of Chile with this, to show that there is a sign of a change of earth. And my mission and your mission will go through the changes. That is in land and water. And eventually, perhaps, at the time when I'm teaching you the level 16, 17, and today I teach you the level 18, and there is a meeting in Europe in terms of the change of the constitution in Europe, who knows? That is the chance for you and me. We can transfer energy. Now we are able to help in life, so they can benefit. We help in a spiritual path, so life they can benefit. That is a change, a sudden change. That there are many of the phenomena that we would be able to help. We continue to help in many cases. That is one of the great signs for all of you. Hopefully, with all of this strange phenomenon, that is a way, the mission that you have, then you have to carry out. 24 hours, there are changes already. Now, go on, next question.
This is the first question. Is the perfect union with the all in this human form achieved with the state of balance, equilibrium, with the state of neutrality? Is this completely achievable with and in the human form? How is the voyage technique related to this? Master Deng told us that in the future we would change our skin as the snake does, which is linked with longevity. Can you elaborate further, please, Master? Now the questions from the second student. The student is learning acupuncture and wants to know if there is any problem of losing energy if she applies on herself the needles, herself or others of the higher levels of the UE school. Now we want to thank you, Master, for allowing us to help in the European Union Constitution in Brussels. And a student reminded us that starting today and finishing tomorrow in Lisbon, there will be going on an important meeting among foreign leaders with a representative from Iran to solve matters concerning nuclear energy in that country, following the international community reaction to the USA threat of military intervention. How can you help? Finally, there is a wish in most of our students' heart, the wish that Master could come to Portugal and teach here the level 20, which would give you the opportunity to visit Our Lady of Fatima Sanctuary, and would give us the opportunity to see you in person, Master. By the way, have you decided already when will the next 20 level be? Thank you very much, Master.
Dạ kính thưa Thầy. Now for you, if you wish to establish that balance and harmony, I have prepared everything for you. Now to the end of the year, that I have mentioned to you, I have trained at least 1,000 of you, the level 20, so that they can merge to 6 billion in the world. For that reason, I wish to have the next session of the level 20 by the end of this year, and also prepare to teach the level 19 to all of South America. More or less, a number of you would be able to learn in South America. So you have the chance and the condition, if you wish to contribute to help your country or your communities, then you would be able to learn the level 19, and then you go back and practice for a few months. Then I continue, if I can make arrangement to teach the level 20, so that all of you in level 20 together with me, we can merge collectively all over the world to change the environment, to help the humans, to have harmony, to love each other in the true sense, unconditionally. As we have this ability, as the deities have given to us, do not rush. The one who is very anxious is me, impatiently, because I've been waiting for 34 years. It's not that I'm waiting just for me. It's not that I want to praise myself. I do not want to build a career for myself, because all of this condition I had violated 200,000 years ago already. I don't want to make the same mistake again. If I want to do that, then we make the same mistake of the past. That would be a waste. The waste for the world. The waste for the soul that God had merged and sent that soul into the body of Master Lưu Dang. Therefore, I present to you, it is not that I'm complaining. I dare to sacrifice my personal happiness. I give up everything. If I want money, happiness, then now I would not be teaching you. If I want money and happiness just for my personal self, perhaps I would die 10 years ago already. It's not that now I would be continuing to teach. That is the reason that my soul, God has sent me down here, controlling my body in many aspects, so that I have the chance to share, to contribute, to help all of you. So you have the ability, just like me, to help a new world, a new people. These are the people who live in harmony, really loving each other. That is a real Long Hoa meeting, the real paradise on earth. God wants to create these people for the past 3 billion years now. God thought that 200,000 years ago the human can benefit, but the time wasn't right. You and me, we've been waiting for the 200,000 years to return back to earth now. That is me, my soul, and your soul. All of us, we return back to earth so that we can rebuild the love among the humans that 200,000 years ago we could not do it. That was because of our selfishness, for our personal interest. That I do not want you and me, we have the selfishness again. We have to sacrifice. Sacrifice here doesn't mean you can sacrifice yourself, your family, but to sacrifice for the sake of humanity. Within humanity, there is your family, your children and grandchildren in the future, in many generations, not this one lifetime. That is how I explained for you clearly on that point. In the case of the changing of the skin, in fact, I don't know whether we can change how we change the skin or like a snake or not. I don't understand that when we use the mixture as I meditate to travel out to space, I don't know how it is changing the skin, how I can change. Whether the skin or the student in the level 20, how they change, I do not know because I did not experiment yet. I have the formula, but I did not experiment or try it yet. You can see perhaps the time is not right. If the time had come, then I would be able to practice. At home, I would have the means to have many of the large container or the means so that I can sit in there to meditate and I can travel out to space and I can submerge in the mixture, but I could not do it. I have the formula. I don't have the means, meaning that the place where I can place the large container, I could not lay in the bathtub, and the bathtub I could not lay submerged. I could not even sit in there. So that is one of the problems. So on that, after I practice, before I teach, or after I teach you the level 20, when you go back home and you try it and you see the result, if fortunately I would see where I can try to practice, it is a good sign. Otherwise I teach you and you go home and you can do it. In the case any of the level that you learn, you are the level 19 or 20, the student you wish you help. If you apply acupuncture, you know what is acupuncture because I allow you. You can use acupuncture. There's no problem. So instead of transfer energy, the needle right here, you can puncture it to yourself or others, or you use the pyramid of diagram. Just puncture 2 millimeter depth. So instead of receiving the light of God's aura and send to you, so you send and you transfer energy to the patient as they like acupuncture. You do that, then you can help them. There's no problem with that. With everything I teach you, you are not violating and you do not lose any energy. In fact, you are getting stronger. So if any student, anyone who like you to apply acupuncture, you can do it. There is no problem with that. It is still effective, just like you are transferring energy to the patient. Now, I explained for you already. Now, you are helping the community in Europe, and for the bigger task, I have a way. For the past 3 hours, I explained to you already the crisis among between America and Iran. That in the previous seminar, the students in Iran, they worry and they ask, and I tell them to not to worry. The condition they would be able to find a solution. There is no case of nuclear war, just like in the case the American, the British, and the Australian attack in Iraq. It's not like that. Don't worry. I don't have any ability, but I think that it doesn't happen. Now they have the meeting. That I know it is not leading to the point that the American fight just like in Iraq, but more or less, I have the body with 3 souls, the soul of Vietnamese, the Australian, and Vietnam. So I have the visa for Vietnam, Australian, and USA. So I try to help so they don't fight each other, causing war. It is causing a lot of suffering. That is my prayer. That is my soul. I have the ability to merge to those who are responsible to clear the case of the nuclear war, so they don't have any damage all over the world. So on that, you leave it to me. The easy one you do, and the difficult one, let me do it. This is the difficult one. Leave it to me. Don't worry. So now you want me to teach the level 20 in Portugal. Tonight you meditate and you will see me. You can see me, my soul. Right now, I do not know yet. I do not teach the level 19, so how can I calculate the level 20? So you have to wait. The level 19, I see that in the program, in the level 19 is for South America. In August, there is Portugal. From the 8th to the 12th of August, for all the countries in South America. I remember perhaps there is Portugal in there too. So you try. Perhaps you learn the level 19 at that time, so you can prepare for me to teach the level 20 when I complete the level 19, then I can make the arrangement in the next few months to see when it is appropriate. Then I will teach the level 20 for sure. During this time, after this level 20, I hope I try to pray to the deities to help you to have another second session of level 20, to have a number of you together with many of you who learned the first session of level 20. All together, we are able to contribute to merge collectively all over the world to help stabilize the earth and help earth without any problem. Next question.
Yeah. Afternoon, Master Drang. I have two questions to you. The first one is, mind seems to be wandering during energy transfer. What controls mind function? Is it the brain, the soul, the God, or something else? How can we control our mind? What can be done for this wandering mind to improve energy transfer? The second question is, what decides the end result of life? Is it the destiny or the choice? What is the purpose of evolution and what is the end of it? Thank you.
Could you hear the question?
Yes, yes, it is very clear. Now, through this question, let me answer for you. For us as a human, we are nurtured by food, nutrients, the genetic trait from the ancestor who gave birth to us, so the human in the flesh. Therefore, we have that limitation. We only use our brain 6%. That is the research after 4 decades from the scientists that they publish in the books for all of you to learn and study. That is in a three-dimensional world. People knows about this. As I mentioned to you, for the past 4 decades, the scientists also research about the brain, the human brain, that is distracted due to the secondary brain, the reptilian and the mammal part that are influencing our primary brain, that we are not able to reach wisdom and enlightenment. We are restricted in many ways. And it is the scientists who research and explain to the human to know about the function of the human brain. And the intelligence of the human brain in the flesh, in a three-dimensional world. That is the point I keep on reminding you in many of the levels when you ask about the brain. That is the human. That is the limitation of the humans. However, there are a number of you are fortunate that the soul is high to come down here, not from low to here. So you have the creativity that is, you are able to help all over the world, including religion. On this, it also exists, but they are also limited because there's nobody who properly teach them or remind them or guide them. So how can you reach that wisdom or enlightenment? So at the end of the 20th century, with the appearance of Master Living There, I'm just like you, I don't know anything. After I learned, 13 years later, I had a chance to go abroad. I learned and I teach, and I received the message from the deities through my journey, all of the levels from low to high, to help all of your soul to evolve, to go through the changes, to help your soul to reach higher, to have more ability in order to support, to help your body, to have wisdom in order to contribute to help humanity. That is the journey of my 18 years of teaching. I just want to remind you each stage so you are able to understand. So for that reason, our mind, as we are using under all of the illusion, in our mind, it is limited. That's why it is so distracted by all the illusions. We don't have the truth. Just as I mentioned to you, you want to connect to God and pray to God, but you pray to God and you keep on anticipating God to come to you or deities to come to you. As you're anticipating, it is a way you are inviting them, but you're closing the door. When you're inviting them, but you close the door, so how can they enter? So, when you pray, you don't even anticipate the answer. Then, without the distraction, the deities can come and teach you on the spiritual path. For that reason, I have a formula to teach you. If during the time when you practice, you have a lot of distraction, the most powerful energy, that is the Soul Master Dang. You pray to the Soul Master Dang to help you, then I can erase all of the distraction so you can continue on the journey to receive the light of God's aura, 2 seconds, 10, 3 seconds. So eventually your body can lose all the sensation and you can travel out to space. So do you listen carefully? I explain. That is when you are practicing. However, let's say when you have distraction, the fastest way to solve is to pray to the Soul Master Dang to merge with you. When the Soul Master Dang to merge to your chakra 3 times, then you can clear everything that is unnecessary, so that that causes you chaos in your mind and distraction. This is the best way to get rid of them. Each time when it happens like that, as you are used to it, each time when it happens like that, you just practice for 5 minutes, it can erase, and then you're able to retrieve the combined frequency, the combined dimension into your brain. Then your brain can slowly erase. As your brain is seeing the truth, then all of the illusions are cleared. Once you have the truth, then all of the fake information will disappear. Then you are not distracted by tradition, culture, family, society that cause disruption in your body. It is so simple. Now, it is your body who makes the choices. Your soul, depending on your body. My point here is ordinary soul. The good soul in a bad body, there is a pity for the soul. Then it has to learn all the bad things. You could not learn the good and could not develop on a spiritual path. Next life, being fortunate, then it can see a soul that can help to have the wisdom and enlightenment. That is an ordinary soul. But for you, as I have mentioned to you many times, once you have the chakra open 100%, you are fortunate that each soul merges into your body and guide your body. To see if you listen, it is good. The body, if you listen to the soul, and the soul can reach a higher state of enlightenment, then the body will have more wisdom in order to contribute to help mankind. That is, you are fortunate. However, I want to remind you, so you remember, within that 15% of you, you're just following to learn, just learn for fun. As you try to learn for fun, you go through the change of the soul in level 18 or 19, but to remind, to teach you, but sometimes you agree, sometimes you don't agree, and you give up. You really give up if you don't agree. As you don't agree, the soul cannot force you. So that 15% that I pray for you, those are the one I explain for you. So in your life, you go through the changes. If you wish to combine and to help the soul to have a higher state of enlightenment, then your wisdom, even if you don't want to, you will have wisdom. If you don't want to live long, you will. To have wisdom and to live long, what is that for? The wisdom to longevity, it is to serve mankind. It doesn't mean to have wisdom and enlightenment so that you are able to do it, use it for your personal self, just to lead a life of pleasure on the body or to torture the body. Then for sure you cannot do it. If your soul can love your body, no matter how much it loves, it will pray to God to leave and leave the body behind. That is a change in your life. Because the soul always follow on the spiritual path. who want to guide you to become a better person, to help you so that you have longevity, to help people. It doesn't mean that the soul of the deities help you to live long just for a life of pleasure and to cause chaos and problem to people around you, and do not help your soul and others. As for you, if you go, if you many people just go in and abuse you and hit you and hurt you, and you don't even do anything to them, but they keep on harming you, hurting you, do you agree? And for sure you don't agree with that. And this is the highest soul, and even if you don't agree with that, so God let your body make the choice. The high soul let your body make a choice. Even though they guide you, if you don't like this, you like the material, then they let you go. They do not force you or stop you. If they tell you and you don't listen, then they let you go. And you go, the soul will say bye-bye. That is how I share with you. As you ask, I share with you. That is your life, your destiny. It is up to you to decide, because you're not influenced by anyone. Even if the soul stay with you 24 hours, if you don't listen, you even blame the deities or the high being. That is your body who is only the body being reckless that they complain or blame the deities. But the deities, with the love, they do not hate you. The soul love you. But it's you yourself, you drive the soul away, then what else can it do? You ask the deities come, but you close the door, so how can they? And you drive the soul away, then the soul will say bye-bye. The moment the soul say bye-bye, then suddenly your body instantly die, because there's no soul inside the body, so how can it live? That is how I share with you. Since you are my student, as you ask, I just want to share with you and guide you to help your soul with enlightenment, to help your body with wisdom, with wisdom to serve people. A number of you misunderstand that. You think that you come to learn UE, so you have the more power for pleasure to abuse people. For sure, you will suffer. You suffer in many lifetimes. To suffer also including your family member, they suffer, not just yourself. Because there are so many people who love you, want you to be a good person, but you don't want to, and you deny that, and you give up. Just for a personal life of pleasure, then how can you handle it? I myself, I can endure it, but if it is too much, then I disconnect from them. If I don't take care of them and they die, I don't pay much attention about them, even though I love to help, not to harm. That is my opinion I share with you. To this question, I want to share with you more or less as the means, so you try your best to learn and progress, to help your body with wisdom, to help the soul, to have more enlightenment so you can serve mankind. In fact, you don't see any humanity, you only see your family now in the future. They're no strangers. Now in the evolution, now the simple way, you are in a level 13 and 14. The brain of primordial man, you can control the soul of the cells. Can you practice to travel out of space? No, you cannot. No matter how you try to practice, you cannot. Is that right? How come you see the change in your life? In the level 16 is so simple. I taught you, and that night you can practice to travel out to space. Well, that is the change of your body and your destiny. Right from this class, right from each level, you see the changes. For the past few days, as I have taught you to travel out to space, treatment, and in the case of the influence from these sorcerers, the influence from the soul from chakra 3 up, you cannot help. But now in level 18, you would be able to do it. Starting on July 1st, you would be able to apply. On the 1st of July, you can merge to the soul master there, and your soul merge to the sick person. Only that way you can see it is an invaluable gift, that there's no exchange, nothing in exchange for it. You see the clear change only in 3 days, not much. Is that right? It doesn't mean that you change your destiny in 3 years. 3 days Only in 3 days you can see the difference. There's no author teaching that is so fast. In 3 days you see the result. Is there any teaching that in 3 days you are able to see the result that you can travel out of space? It takes 1,000 years, you may not, or 50,000 years, you might not be able to do it because nobody teach you. How do you know? The deity didn't reveal, so how can you do it? Because they do not teach. For the past many thousands of years, they do not teach. How can you apply? In 3 days, there will be a total change in your life and your. If you understand this, the infinite asset that you cannot buy with money and power on earth. I say like this, but I know my students. I say one side and they forget. Now they still hang on. They want money. They want to go party. They want to lead a life of pleasure, and lead a life of reckless life. And whatever I say, they don't believe. But when they are almost dying, they say that, my God, the Master, help me, save me. I'm suffering, and I make a mistake. So I can only give you 2,000, 1,000 to buy a coffin, 1,000 to buy the land for burial. That's all I can give. That's all I can say. That is, I always prepare $2,000 because my students, when they need, I give 1,000 to buy the coffin and 1,000 to buy the land to bury. Then I can pray to the soul to return to the deities, and that's all. I'm so easy on that. In fact, that's all. What else can I do? That is my kindness. At the end, I bury the body, and that's all I can do, because you don't want to. Next question.
Master, I have a question from a student from France. This is a question from yesterday. I don't know if I can ask the question because this student really wants me to ask you the question. It's long. I'd like to know if the Master would allow me to ask the question from this student from France. Could you ask him, please?
Dạ, thưa thầy, người học viên ở bên Pháp xin hỏi ý kiến thầy. Cái câu hỏi có vẻ hơi dài, thì xin thầy, không biết thầy có cho phép được hỏi không? Người học viên này từ bên Pháp nhưng mà là đang ở bên. Yes, you go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
To Master, I'm going to read as the student gave it to me. It's his words, the student from France. Since I was born, I used to see since I was young, I used to see spirits or souls around me. It appears natural to me. I can feel on people I meet their suffering, their problems. I can help them because I know the origin of their problems. I discovered music when I was 6 years old, and I wanted to be a musician.
Please slow down a little.
Okay, good. Sorry, Boo.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. Please slow down a little. Thank you.
Okay. I can help them because I know the origin of their problems. I discovered music when I was 6 years old, and I wanted to be a musician because music and sound, like language, are in the universe. When I met you at the level 7, I told you I could see pyramids in the sky. I can see people I don't know, I've never met. It's very particular to feel and see that phenomenon. But nobody around me can see that. My chakra 7 is always rocking. I feel warmth in my throat. I can fly at any moment. As this question from yesterday, he says, this morning, for example, as I was drinking my coffee, I was very high, flying in space. It seems natural to me. My question is, what do you think I can do on this? today. I love music and I can't practice it. Other people said I have to help people. And personally, I don't understand what to do. Many people come to see me because I help them. And I can't help myself. You don't answer when I call you. Thank you very much, Master, because it's been too long. Thank you very much.
Through the presentation of this student, I want to share with you, just like in the previous levels or yesterday and this morning, I mentioned to you a number of you who are fortunate that you are able to see visions, but it has no effect. And when you are able to send your chakra 7, that is a powerful energy that spin the chakra 7, that is away. Close to you, you have the presence and the support of the deities to help you. Sometimes your soul wish to leave the body, but in the teaching of Iwi, I do not let you to practice astral projection. But I wait for you until when you reach the level 16, then I'll let you to practice so your body and your soul can travel out to space. So you need to remember, when you have the ability, when you go through the changes in your soul, you try to practice, you train yourself, you try to practice to travel to space, then you pray to the soul of Master Dang to merge with you, and you can merge to others, then you always receive the message that I send to you. Then it is from your thought, it is not yours. That is a message I send to you. Sadness and happiness, do it or don't do it, or your choice. Through my soul, I merge into your mind, I send you the message directly to you, to reveal to you whether you should or you should not do. You should go forward or go back or stand still. This is something that you can, when you pray to my soul, as you merge to help the sick people or your family members, this is something you can achieve. Now, you sit there, you try to communicate with me, and sometimes you don't know whether it is me who answers to you or who. When you pray to merge with me, and as you merge to others, at that time, my energy and my soul is always with you. And at that moment, in your soul, you receive the message. After you merge to others, and then you receive the message. After you pray to me, then you receive the message. When you merge to help others, and you continue to receive more messages to remind you, this is something I can do. I can help you. You don't have to say you pray to Soul Master Dang to help you on a spiritual path. And you don't have to do that in level 18. You can do it directly in level 19. I let you practice. So your soul and the soul of your wife, or your soul and the soul of your friend, you can establish telepathic communication. Then you can merge among 3 persons, and you can merge to the inanimate object, so that you can reach the stage that you are able to merge collectively all over the world. That is my explanation for you. Now, you don't need to make the choice. Everything that you learn now, practice the technique of level 17 until the 1st of July. You can practice the technique of level 18. Then you will receive many of the messages to guide you through the Soul of Master Dang to help you. You are able to achieve. And our purpose to achieve is to serve people. In the list level 18, I share you this formula. In the previous level 18, I did not teach. I did not send messages to you because you really wish. To your wish, because for the benefit of people, then I answer for you. All of you in level 18 and all of the auditors in this level, you are able to do this. Each level I teach differently. Each level of the class I teach differently, the same question. And each level I answer differently. I do not answer the same in any of the level. That is depending on the level and the understanding of the student as you merge with me and I give you the answer. Next question.
Master Dan, what's life? Each cell of my body recycles and is able to be alive again. But people continue being ill. Why the new cells have that memory that makes you have arthrosis, cancer? And the other question, Master Dan, how can I merge with another person without getting his or her illness or problem? Those are the questions. Thank you very much, Master.
Okay, on the second part, you're asking how you can merge to another person without knowing their symptom, their problem. Is that right?
No, as I understand, the student wants to know how, when the merging takes place, how come that the person doesn't get the illness or the problem of the person he or she is merging with.
Okay.
When you merge to meaning the person needs to know that if you have a problem and another person merges with you, why don't you get that person's problem, that person's illness when the merging takes place?
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Now let me explain for you. So you have the experience, so you learn first. Our soul and the soul of the sick person, they depend on universal energy. We meet the demand to help universal energy to send into the cell, to change the cell, to recover from the sickness. But does the body accept or not? The body destroy it. It is not the soul who destroy it. The soul wants to help the body with health, so that the soul can help the body with wisdom. So the soul would have the body in order to learn and evolve. The soul loves the body more than anyone else. But then, in return, do you love your soul or not? What am I mistake? 50 years, more than 50 years, I do not love the soul of the cell. I do not love the soul of the nerve. Whenever I'm angry, I hit myself. As I do that, I cause a lot of injury to the soul of the cell right here when I feel angry and hit on the table, for example. When I feel angry, the nerve system has been stimulated. All the nerve and the cell are in a disorder state. Then, even if you want to recover the moment when you transfer energy, when they regain to the order state, and that cell had been replaced by the new cell, but then you do not accept. You feel emotional, angry, sadness, discouraged. The moment they are in an order state, and then you hit, and because of your anger, and then you cause them to be a disruption. That is the fault of the body. As I'm the master, I tell them they don't listen, because if they listen, they don't get sick. And also greed. They have disorder state, but they want everything. And in that, it also causes disruption in the cell. For sure, they are not able to find a cure. How come there are many of the cases of severe sickness? And I can save. That is the case of a severe problem, but how come there's a number of the minor problem and I try to save and eventually die because tradition, culture, family, society, and also the body of that person is so greedy? Then for sure, this will happen. whether you learn UE up to level 19, if you are among these people, you would die. But I cannot say anything. That is the freedom of choice of this human. I cannot interfere. Sometimes I say and I explain, and they don't like me. When they die, I cannot save. I tell you the truth. Because you ask, I present clearly for you, so you know. When you're healthy, if you are working and you get sick, I tell you to rest for 3 years. Then you can work for more 30 years, 30 more years, and you don't like. The moment you just recover, you try to work twice as much. Then eventually you die. That is your own fault. Use love. If you know how to use universal energy to help the cell, to help the soul of the cell, so they can regain the order state. Therefore, 12 years ago, there's a number of you who researched about the cell. At that time, when I was teaching the level 5, they had 3 test tubes of the cell. One they transfer energy for 5 seconds, one they transfer energy for 15 seconds, and one they transfer energy for 20 seconds, and one they transfer energy for 30 seconds. After the transfer energy to this 4 test tube, 5 seconds is not in an order state, 10 seconds they were in order state, 15 seconds they are in order state, 20 seconds they return back to a disorder state. That is the experiment for those of you in the level 500 transfer energy to the cell to see the changes. As a number of you with the water, you measure to see all of the virus, bacteria, transfer energy for 30 seconds, and from 90% of the virus is cleared. And then you use that UV water, you transfer energy for 30 seconds. That water with the virus, and you transfer energy to the UV water, you see all of the virus is clear, and it is tested in the lab, and they have a document. So that is how we know how to use universal energy, the different dimension in space, the combined frequency that merge to the nerve cell of the sick people. But the person do not listen. They could not help their own problem. The change of the cell is so easy. The moment it's going through the changes, they could not even help to change positively, but you even cause more problem, complication, and disorder to the cell. So we help in limited sense, but if that person know how to support, to help the soul of the cell that are close to them, that is the reason that I advise for you to treat is whether you do it with the right technique or not. If you do it, then it is fine. Now, for the sick people, the patient, whether they want to recover fast or slow, it is up to them. Do not feel discouraged that you treat for a long time, they're not well. Do not worry, because that is not your mission. Your mission is to treat them correctly. Whether they can heal or not, it is up to them. If you say that, my God, you transfer energy to help 3 or 4%, whether they are healed or not, or what is the condition, then you have distraction. With distraction, you transfer energy, it is standing still. You are not able to do it effectively, and they are not getting well. And suddenly you get sick because of your worriness. Your mind is still calm, and suddenly you worry and you feel stressed, and it causes a disorder state in your brain, and suddenly you get sick. So I explained for you clearly and precisely. And in the case of merging, you merging to the soul merging to the soul, it doesn't have sickness. Sickness is in the body. Your soul is just like the air, it doesn't have any sickness. The energy doesn't have any sickness. It is, you use this energy to help the body, so you don't get sick, so you don't have to worry about the transmitted disease. Just like 15 years ago when I was teaching, the student mentioned that, my God, now if we touch the patient, let's say in the case of AIDS patient, when I place a hand to treat, your hand, you have the energy. You place the hand to the chakras, you place the hand to the injured area. Your hand, you have the heat, for example. the heat, let's say 40 degrees, and the virus can only live up to 30 degrees. By the time they touch you, they died. So how can they contaminate you? If they contaminate and to die, then 15 years ago, I was the first one who died, or some of the students who volunteered to treat the AIDS patient, they would die. But they are not dead, but they are able to help some of the AIDS patients to enhance the immune system. And a number of you who are the AIDS patients until now, they are still healthy, even though they are sick more than 10 years ago. When they come to learn EV, they have the strong immune strength and continue on. That is how I explain for you. So when you merge, the important part is whether you can merge or not. If you cannot do it and you are afraid that you may get contaminated, try to practice. You don't have the ability to merge, I tell you the truth. For that reason, I advise for you to pray to me so that my soul can merge with you, and I will guide your soul to merge to others. So that in the future, it is your soul and your body, you merge collectively. It doesn't mean that you only merge to one person and that's all. That is the question that I want to share with you and give you my opinion so that you have a chance to learn and progress. Now, one more question.
Jonas, is it from Spain?
Didn't you have already 2 questions?
Yeah, that's what I think.
I think it's Turkey.
Turkey, okay, good.
Kimin var sorusu? Zeynep Hanım buyurun. Evet, gelin. Sen de çevirsene. İngilizce mi soracaksınız? Okay, well, she's going to ask her question herself. She's speaking English.
Okay.
My regards, dear Master. What I would like to know is, you mentioned this morning that if the house we live in from our previous ancestors or some other previous living being made a black magic, and there is still a captured wonder soul is in the building. If we can 10 days at least keep making a universal energy transfer, the house will be cleaned, the wondered soul will be enlightened. Now, there is such a phenomena in the house I was living previously. Now I moved from there. It's a building with 13 or 14 flats, stories. It's a high building. Now, Master, can I make universal energy transfer from where I stay at the moment, from my house that I'm living in now, can I make the transfer to the other house? Thank you.
Could you get everything? Is
Yes.
everything clear?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay.
Now, if you know exactly, in the case, like this student had mentioned, if you know exactly where it is, the house, then each day you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that house for the whole building. Because in that whole building, perhaps there are many souls, not just in one place. So you transfer energy to the whole building complex, receive 2 seconds and send 3 seconds 9 times. You have to do that for 10 consecutive days, at least. That is a good thing that you wish to help those souls who are waiting to evolve, to return to realities. It is so difficult for them. It's not so simple. in the spiritual world, it's not so simple. Including these sorcerers who practice black magic, they have powers. There are some of the souls that they were able to train from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, and they have the abilities. They are able to send this soul to go around to help people. It doesn't mean that they don't have the ability. Some of these sorcerers, they have the ability to control the lower soul and also the medium soul in order to help people for that reason. This soul, as they don't have anywhere to stay and they are being left alone, so there's only one way. The deities allow you as a level 18 with your energy, your transfer energy, that is the energy from God, from the deities. As God had given the mission to our body and our soul, so we can transfer energy, you can help this soul to evolve. Then you're able to clear the air in that area. There is no existence of this wandering soul to cause problem. That is the reason I want to place the big antenna in many countries to neutralize many of the powerful energy from a physical sense, and to clear all of the low frequency of the energy, so that we can clear the case of air contamination without the wandering soul that cause problem and disruption in society. These are the points I want to share with you through the presentation of the students. Then for sure this student would be able to achieve, have them successful, and many of the souls will have a chance to return to the light, and as well as helping her with her family, as she have the sincere heart to pray to help this soul to evolve. So now we're at the end of the class, and then tomorrow we continue on with the class, and tomorrow we continue on with the energy transfer. So now it is done. So now it is finished.